today and tomorrow we'll be focusing on Sri Aurobindo's text tomorrow. In this text, I'd like to say a few words about this book before we begin. This book consists of 6 essays, and it was put together over a little period of time. It was not written at once for publication. So the first essay in this was written as a message for the beginning of the year 1927. As you know, in November 1926, Sri Aurobindo had a decisive experience which he called the descent of the overmind into his body, and he went into seclusion. He also, at that point, declared that the ashram was going to be under the care and supervision of the mother. So, Mira Alhassa, who was till then treated as another disciple, or sometimes as a special disciple, was put forward as the guru of the community that had then set up around Sri Aurobindo. And she was declared as the mother. This also is not a sudden thing. There is a little history to that. This has occurred over a little time. But in that message, it is as if this was being formalized. Now, after that, Sri Aurobindo wrote some letters, and these letters are included over here as chapters 2, 3, and 5. Chapter 4 is also a letter that pertains to somebody who was looking for donations for the ashram. And then finally, chapter 6 was written separately as a booklet, or for publication as a booklet. And so these texts are compiled together and brought out as this book, the Mother. Now, looking at the history of Sri Aurobindo's yoga, coming to this point, as some of us know, the first statement of Sri Aurobindo's own yoga can be found in his diaries as what is called the record of yoga. And the record of yoga is based on a foundation which he called Sapta Chatushtaya, or the 7 tetrads or 7 quartets, as you may want to translate it. So this 7 quartets is divided into 7 ways, approaches, or disciplines, we may say. And these approaches or disciplines can again be divided into 2 sets of 3 that may be called the Vedantic disciplines and the Tantric disciplines, with a fulcrum in the center. The fulcrum in the center is called Yoga Chatushtaya, the quartet of yoga, or sometimes called Siddhi Chatushtaya, the quartet of perfection. The term Siddhi is a tantric term, but Sri Aurobindo is using it, as he did with many other Sanskrit and Greek terms, in a wider sense. Siddhi becomes the achievement or the goal of his journey. So we find that Siddhi Chatushtaya, the achievement of the goal, hinges on the achievement of a trio of Vedantic disciplines and a trio of Tantric disciplines. The Vedantic disciplines are called Brahma Chatushtaya, Vijnana Chatushtaya, and Samata Chatushtaya. The achievement of Brahman, which is supported by the achievement of what we call Vijnana, which term is a difficult term to unpack. We can at this point just say knowledge, and also on the achievement of equality and peace, samatha, peace. On the other hand, you had tantric disciplines, at the center of which was the karma chatushtaya, or the quartet of works or action. And the quartet of works was supported on two sides by the quartet of Shakti. Again, just like Vijnana, it's a very loose translation to use the word power for Shakti. And the other side are the quartet of the body, Sharira Chatushtaya. So now we can see that Sri Aurobindo was juggling 7 balls, as it were, and trying to find an integral based on these 7. But he starts writing his diaries from 1912. There are some notes that belong to an earlier period from about 1910, but the bulk of the diaries are written from 1912 to about 1920, and then after there's a hiatus after 1926, there's a few entries. From 1914 he started writing the Arya, and there he started serializing what we know as the synthesis of yoga. As you know, the synthesis of yoga has 4 parts. The first part is the yoga of works, the second part is the yoga of knowledge, third part is the yoga of divine love, and the fourth part is the yoga of self-perfection. This entire Sapta Chatushtaya he starts mapping it into the fourth part. That is the yoga of self-perfection. But at the same time, you may find parts of the Sapta Chatushtaya in the first 3 sections also. The first 3 sections are loosely modeled after the 3 yogas of the Bhagavad Gita. The Gita has a yoga of works, which is its central thrust, a yoga of knowledge, and a yoga of divine love, which supports, which actually is, that's the real center behind the yoga of works and the yoga of knowledge. So we find that if we look at the synthesis of yoga, particularly the yoga of the self-perfection, we find that there is a connection with the 7 quartets, and in that there is a connection of certain chapters with the Shakti Chatushtaya. Shakti Chatushtaya, or the quartet of power or Shakti. I'd like to point out which ones are those in the synthesis. So the part that in the Yoga of Self-Perfection, chapter 1 to chapter 13 pertain to the Samatha Chatushtaya, which is the quartet of equality of peace. And that is one of the Vedantic quartets. From chapter 14 to chapter 18, from chapter 14 to chapter 18 is the Shakti Chatushta, or the quartet of Shakti, of power. Now this term Shakti we'll have to unpack as we go along, because just like the term mother, this term is a complex term. But we could equate it with the word mother or not. Let's consider Shakti Chatushta is really the quartet of the mother. So, the idea of the mother.
Sorry, Shakti Chatushta.
So this is relating to the 7 quartets. Shakti Chatushtaya. Actually, it is Chatushtaya. Sri Aurobindo spells it Chatushtaya. Yeah, Chatur means 4. Means 4. There are 4 goals. I'm just going to tell you what the 4 goals are. And they relate to these chapters that run from chapter 15 to chapter 18. So, these chapters are, just for your knowledge, chapter 15 is called Soul Force and the Fourfold Personality. Is there something with the light? Is there a problem with the light?
No, this fan is off, so that's all. That's what we
Fan?
The lights. How would you like the lights?
No, lights are fine, because if it keeps turning off, I can't read. Lights, fan, all okay?
This one, I think, this I think we are doing hot, so I can put the standing point where we don't have working. The cable at me. Room like cable is better. The 15 verses soul.
Okay, I'll tell you what the chapters are. Till this point, if there's any questions, anything up to this point? Yeah.
What is the correlation to records of yoga and synthesis?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm pointing out. The major correlation is with the 4th part of synthesis of yoga. And the first few chapters of synthesis of the 4th part has to do with the quartet of equality, Samatha Chatushta. Then the next 4 chapters, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 chapters, are connected to the Shakti Chatushta, that is the quartet of Shakti. Then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 chapters connected with Vijnana Chatushta, the quartet of knowledge. Now, you will find if you look at 7 quartets, I mean the Sapta Chatushta, if you look at the record of yoga, he gives a certain sequence of these 7. And then he gives another one called revised sequence. The revised sequence is really in terms of this Vedantic and Tantric. The Vedantic 3 and the Tantric 3. Actually, there's a vertical axis and there are 2 horizontal axes, or planes in this way. The vertical axis is what we call the general siddhis. General siddhis meaning of the 7. There are 3 that are more general. And if you look at the general, there's the fulcrum, as I said, which is Siddhi Chatushta or Yoga Chatushta. That's the fulcrum. And one of the other 3, or one of the remaining 2, is central Vedantic goal, which is Brahma Chatushta, and the other side is Karma Chatushta. So this is Brahma and Karma. Brahma is the spirit. It's a transcendental zone. And karma is works. So, actually the two are nicely united in the Gita. And there is a very common Gita shloka that many of you probably know, and all Indians know it, which is Brahmarpanam Brahmahami Brahmatnam Brahmanahutam Brahmeva Tena Gantavyam Brahma Karma Samadhina. Brahma Karma Samadhina, meaning the samadhi of Brahman and Karma. This is exactly that vertical axis. It is the union. The yoga is really the union of Brahman and Karma. How can one act as the Brahman? Brahman is acting. How can we realize that? This becomes the center of Sri Aurobindo's yoga. And to realize action, we have to look at two supports. One is Shakti, because action is being carried out by Shakti. And one is body, because action is taking place in the body. So this becomes the tantric pyramid we may say. Karma Chatushkaya, Shakti Chatushkaya, and Sharira Chatushkaya. Brahman is supported by the two Vedantic goals, which is equality, coming to perfect peace, because peace is the condition of the transcendence. And on the other hand, arriving at knowledge, because knowledge by identity is achieved through Brahman. Brahman is the one in all things. Knowing the one, you can have identity with others and know them by identity. So this is the triangle of Vedanta, the triangle of Purusha. That's the triangle of Prakriti. We may also call it the triangle of the mother. The lower, the three that we started with: action, power, and the body. Now, at the time when Sri Aurobindo was writing this, the mother, he did not know, the one that we call the mother, Mira Alfasa, had not appeared on the scene. But if we look at these, we can see that he is drawing on the Indian traditions, and that's why we can call it Vedantic and Tantric. He's drawing on the Indian traditions. He's drawing on Vedanta. He's drawing on Vaishnavism. He's drawing on Tantra. He's drawing on the Gita. These are the major traditions that he's drawing on. So we find that with the synthesis of yoga, there is a mapping of the Shakti Chatushta, the Samatha Chatushta, and the Vijnana Chatushta, quartets of knowledge, power or Shakti, and equality or peace, to the fourth part. But of course, the yoga of works connects to the Karma Chatushta. So, though he himself said that he had left the synthesis incomplete, he didn't finish the fourth part. But perhaps the reason that he left it incomplete is that a lot of what he wanted to say he already said in the other parts. So the yoga of works gives us a key to the quartet of action or works. Then we have the quartet of knowledge, which along with the knowledge chapters of the last section gives us the yoga of knowledge, gives us the quartet of knowledge. The quartet of the body is not dealt with in the synthesis of yoga. Perhaps he thought it was too esoteric. There is a place where Sri Aurobindo says, practice first what I have said in the synthesis. In a way, it is like the teaching of the Buddha. Everything is not given. What is given is what is necessary. What arises due to achieving sufficient progress in what is given. Because otherwise it's too esoteric. People can get stuck in something they don't understand. Sri Aurobindo was doing the yoga of the body, and the mother continued it and takes it further in the yoga of the cells. But a lot of what the mother was doing is already figured in the quartet of the body. The ideas and ideals are set up over So now the reason I'm going through this and talking about these is that this is the preamble leading to this book, The Mother. One may say that those 4 chapters of the Shakti Chatushta are further condensed in this book, The Mother. So we can also see that you had 7 disciplines, then in synthesis of yoga that is condensed to 4 disciplines, and here that is condensed to 1 discipline.
Are you aware of the circumstances in which you wrote this?
Yes, I already went through all that before you
You
came.
wrote Kamala when
Yeah.
she asked who is the mother and so.
Yeah, that of course he wrote later that he answered questions. But this was the first chapter, and this was written as a message in 1927, just after he achieved the Supermind descent and went into seclusion and put the mother in front. So that was the circumstance. We may also say, this is a question mark, as to whether the yoga changes after that point or not, or whether he is addressing certain audiences through that change. Because he is now centralizing one of the Chatushtas. The 7 Chatushtas, from that he is taking one and putting that at the center. He is actually creating a new center, which is the yoga of Shakti. So it's a question for us to keep in. Any questions or distinctions?
That 2 horizontal acts.
Yeah. Those are the, so the vertical axis is at one tip, there is the Vedantic goal of Brahman. The horizontal plane connected with that has 2 edges. One is Samatha and the other is Vijnana. Vijnana, which the more technical translation is Supermind. Vijnana is a Vedantic term for which Auroville translates as Supermind. But if the more general understanding would be knowledge. I can talk a little bit about that later also. Vijnana literally means the knowledge that is outside. Vishesha Jnana, Vishesha, specialized knowledge. Vijnana, specialized knowledge. Yeah, so in the Gita, we will point out in essays on the Gita that there are 2 kinds of knowledge, Jnana and Vijnana, or essential knowledge and specialized knowledge. Essential knowledge is knowledge of Brahman and by Brahman. In other words, what is essential knowledge? It is like if somebody were to ask me the question, how do you know you exist? What would be your answer? How do you know you exist? Huh? Yeah, because it is self-evident. I exist. That's why I know I exist. I'm conscious of the fact that I exist. It is your consciousness. You're conscious of the fact that you exist. This is essential knowledge. This is jnana. Now, if somebody were to ask you, who are you? You could either answer that way and say, I am who I am. Or you could start describing yourself. If you start describing yourself, you are practicing Vijnana. So these are the 2 distinctions. Now, Vijnana in the Vedantic sense, in the sense of the Supermind, is both Jnana and Vijnana. It is knowledge of the self essence and knowledge of description. So we have to think about it like this. The Brahman knows itself. The Brahman knows itself essentially by identity. But the Brahman also knows itself by self-regard. It can look at itself. It can objectify itself. It can describe itself. How can it describe itself? It can only describe itself if it sees itself all at once. this is a paradox. How can the Brahman see itself all at once? The Brahman is radically infinite. How can infinity objectify itself to itself? We have to think about it like this, that the Brahman is in two poises at once. It is at absolute rest, which we may say is zero velocity, and it is also at infinite velocity. To see itself at once is to be at infinite velocity. A thing may seem to be completely at rest, but it may circumscribe itself, it may look at itself at once, in a flash. That flash, how fast is that flash? That flash is truly instantaneous, which is the meaning of infinite velocity. It is not even the speed of light, which is a finite amount. This is truly infinite velocity. It knows itself at once. These two things, to know itself by itself, in essence, and to know itself at once, are the difference between the Lord and the Mother. We come to the Mother. Why?
Can you repeat it?
Yes. Yes. I'll say it in a slightly different way, and then I'll repeat it. Being exists. To be is to exist. The premise of Vedanta is that there is an absolute being that is conscious. Absolute conscious being. Absolute means it is radically infinite. There is nothing outside. Nothing can be said which is outside. Nothing can be looked at which is outside. So this radically infinite being is conscious. It's a conscious infinite being. But self-consciousness can be latent in being. It is like asking the question, how do I know I exist? I know I exist because I exist. I don't have to use my consciousness to answer the question, how do I know I exist? Does that make sense?
By Brahman, do you mean universe?
No, by Brahman I mean everything that there is. Okay, in the Narayana Upanishad, also actually beginning in one of the Brahmanas, Shatakata Brahman, Narayana is asked the question, what do you want to become? He says, I want to become all there is and all there is not. That is the description of Brahman.
Universe and beyond.
Exactly. Radical infinity, what can never come into existence, is also still Brahman.
So, can we put the two particular codes that you mentioned, Brahman, sophia, and reaction,
Yeah.
the one of being and the one of becoming?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. You can say the upper hemisphere is the hemisphere of being, and the lower hemisphere is the hemisphere of becoming. That's we are giving the terms Vedanta and Tantra of Ishvara and Shakti. What is this?
Lower physical access.
That is, on the one side there is Shakti, and the other side there is Sharira, body. Action is supported on the plane by power and action and the body.
And upper samadha
And knowledge.
Vijnana.
Yeah. So we find that being can be without mobilizing its content. That's the zero velocity. Being exists at article in the charter of Auroville, which suddenly throws us a kind of curved ball into the mind, ends with the sentence, But to be an Auroville, one must be a willing servitor of the divine consciousness. This is the divine consciousness. The divine consciousness is the mobilization of the consciousness of pure being to know itself at once.
But it's not something that can be done. It's not something that can be done.
It is being done. It is immediate, instantaneous, and self realized. Being knows itself as itself, and being knows itself in its potential at once. Nobody does anything about it. It is, you are right, there's nothing to be done about it. It is just like that. That's how reality is. This is reality. This is another word for reality. Now, we can go one step further and say, if I ask myself the question, who am I? And start describing myself, how do I describe myself? I can start describing myself at random. I have hair, or I have hands. What made you start with that? Was there any reason that you started with that? It's perfectly legitimate to do that. It's an action of consciousness. Consciousness can ask any question it wants of being, because the consciousness of being is turning on being. This is the reason why in the Indian traditions, Shiva is shown as Ardhanarishwara, half male, half female. And the female part looks at itself in a mirror. This is the mirror. It is the reflexivity of being. It is consciousness turning on being to ask it, describe yourself to me. This is my mirror. So now, that question that is asked, because it is purely by self-choice, can be asked in any way it wants. These are all possible answers. Like each kind of question that is asked creates a cosmos. That's a possible universe. Of all these universes that may exist, these infinite universes that may exist, there is a certain kind of universe in which the question can be asked in a systematic fashion. You can just go around and suddenly finding yourself in an unknown country and trying to keep a log of what there is in that country. You go around picking up twigs, you see birds chirping, you're making logs, and one day you realize this is not going to end up with any completeness, because there is no method to my madness. What is the method to the madness? Is there a system of asking the question? So a possible word that may arise from system, as soon as we use the term system, we are relating it to the notion of reason. Reason, not our reason, but reason with a capital R. Something which has logic to it. Something which is based on what we may call logos. Where is this logos coming from? We can posit this possibility because we have mind, that a systematic question can be asked. If a systematic question can be asked, that means a certain kind of reason is utilized. That reason may be like our reason or maybe not like our reason, but it's a certain kind of reason, the system to it, the method to it. So what would that method be in which systematic answer to the question, who am I, can be given? that method would firstly create a ground zero. It has to first start, if you want to start, you have to start somewhere. Where will you start? You will start with the beginning. The beginning will be to say, I am not. Can somebody get a chair? So, yeah, you know, you have a question.
So, that consciousness of the being asks the being or something like that. So,
Consciousness asks the being.
So shouldn't consciousness be able to answer itself because it's conscious?
It answers, so it's a reflexivity. Consciousness is a turning on, it's the consciousness of being turning on itself. It answers itself. It answers itself. That is the zero velocity is it's answering itself because it's conscious of itself. But it can ask its question in another way in which it is exploring itself. Answering itself is already there, but exploring itself is the beginning of time. To explore oneself means to ask that question in a way in which one is exploring. Exploration means that something is answered that leads to something else, that leads to something else. A progression, in other words, the beginning of time. That's why we talked about infinite velocity. It can know itself in infinite velocity. Infinite velocity is the basis of time. Zero velocity is no time. Infinite velocity is the basis of time. And the basis of space is non-existence, is zero. It has to ask itself the question systematically. What am I? Who am I? It has to start with the ground zero. The ground zero is from nothingness I will explore the all, the everything, the ingrammable infinity. We have to start from the nothing. So we see that consciousness to answer the question systematically needs to figure itself as a gradation of consciousness from absolute consciousness to zero consciousness. This gradation of consciousness is the ground on which being can answer the question, who am I?
This word velocity is used by Auroville.
Pardon?
This word velocity.
No, he does not use it. I'm introduced to it. He does not talk in terms of velocity, but he does talk in terms of time.
So, very basic.
Pardon?
Very basic question.
Basic
You
question.
can say I'm very ignorant.
No. Nobody is, we are all
We
in.
say often consciousness. What is exactly what is consciousness? My experience, when I gave birth, I had an anesthesia. I wake up, but I can see the flame going around.
Yeah.
I can see the object.
Yeah.
But I don't know who am I.
Yeah.
Who is watching me?
Yeah.
But I can say I have no consciousness.
No, you had consciousness.
I have consciousness.
Yeah, but you
No, I
don't have
cannot-
consciousness of who you are.
Yeah, that's why it can, they said I don't have consciousness, but I can see.
Yeah.
I can, this object, but
Yeah.
it's not subject.
I know.
But I cannot say this is oneness, no?
No. What you said is a very profound thing. This is what we are talking about. We are talking about being in which consciousness is latent.
So how can without consciousness to know I'm watching the pen? I should
You have consciousness.
So I don't know who watching this.
That doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter.
I can't.
Brahman is, being is like that. Being is conscious but does not know who it is. If it turns its consciousness on itself, it asks itself the question, who am I? After some time you came to know who you are. Your memory came back.
So I was asking who is looking at that fan.
Right.
So that moment I am not conscious of myself.
Yeah. Not of yourself, but you are conscious. You're conscious of the fan. You're conscious of yourself. You're conscious of your environment. You don't have a limit to yourself, but you're conscious. You're pure consciousness at that point.
So for my point of view, consciousness, to know who is not that.
That is already the difference between the subject and the object. That is the creation of reflexivity. Your consciousness is looking back at yourself to ask, who am I? That's what we are talking about. Their consciousness is mobilized. Your consciousness is latent. Consciousness is latent in being. Consciousness is active in becoming. When consciousness becomes active, it is Shakti. It is the mother. Before consciousness is active, it is just the Lord. This is the point. To become, you need consciousness to come out of being and ask it the question, who are you? It starts becoming. The subject comes into existence only when consciousness turns on it. The subject doesn't even exist. That's why Shiva is a corpse. He is Shava. When Kali stands on him, he becomes Shiva. Before that, he is only a corpse. He is like what you are talking about. Right?
You mean by Shava, you mean death?
Corpse.
For me, it's also something interesting because in the last 1.5 years, it becomes more, I could get experience again being a child, when I was a child. And I experienced very often, I was one with nature, with all this oneness. And so I was very conscious that the divine presence is there. Yeah. And I think many children have this experience very natural, which is to be consciousness, to be existent.
Exactly. Children, you see, there is, in developmental psychology, there is something called the mirror stage, in which children start becoming aware of themselves and their parts. This is my hand, little people do it like this. They become aware of parts. That is the beginning of self-consciousness. Before that, there is only consciousness, no self-consciousness. There is a kind of probation of consciousness. Differentiation has not taken place.
That's a oneness in a way,
In a way, yes, but these are all symbols of the original. The original, we can only use the word original in the sense of time, because the origin is without beginning or end. The origin is already always at zero velocity and infinite velocity at the same time. But if it asks the question, who am I, at infinite velocity, if it asks that question in a systematic fashion, it has to figure itself as a gradation of consciousness, from a ground zero to a ground infinity. A ground zero which is inconscient, and a ground infinity which is superconscient. Between the two is the infinite gradations of consciousness. in which we will answer the question, who am I, in infinite ways. So, in thinking of that, what has happened? A certain kind of mind has been mobilized. What is that mind? It is an infinite mind. That is called Supermind, or in the Upanishads, Vijnana. This is to answer the question, what is Vijnana? And also to answer the question, what is Shakti? Shakti is consciousness mobilized. Yeah.
When you said dead,
Yeah. Shiva is in the box, dead.
if it has the potential to become,
Yeah.
I don't recall it alive.
It is alive. It is only a figure to say that it is dead. It's a figure to say that matter is inconscient. This matter is not inconscient. This matter has infinite life in it. All life has emerged from it. But it is a gradation of consciousness which seems to be inconscient.
So it's not dead.
Nothing is actually dead. Nothing is actually dead. But so you see, if we think about this gradation of consciousness, a certain verticality has come into existence. From a state which was totally horizontal, from a state in which there is no differentiation. You have most conscious and least conscious.
It would be rather immobile rather than dead.
Yeah, that's talking about the case. Yeah, matter is immobile. Not only immobile, it has consciousness which is latent in it. It is deeply at sleep in it.
Why do we focus so much on oneness here? What is the problem with fragmented world and,
Well, the problem with the fragmented world you experience. The fragmented world is constantly trying to oppose you. The problem with fragmented world is if there are two, there is a natural tendency of the one to either swallow the other up or to destroy it. Or to work in unison in such a way that they act like one.
why do we relate consciousness to oneness? And why do people talk about that when they get enlightened, they somehow felt one to the universe? Like, what is this?
Yeah, because now we are saying that consciousness is the only absolute being turning on itself. So there is only one thing. Only one thing. That one thing is infinite. And it is turning on itself. Right? So it knows itself as one thing. But if it is to create a gradation of consciousness, it also creates its own opposite, or the appearance of its own opposite. The appearance of the own opposite is figured in two major properties. One is inconscient, that is matter, that you were saying dead, corpse, etc., immobile, whatever you want to call it. It is the appearance of unconsciousness. And the other is fragmentation. It's like sand. As you try to hold it, it will slip out of your hands because there is infinite particles to it. There's infinite particles to it. So, the one conscious being has become the infinite unconscious particles. That is the ground zero. You have to start from somewhere. You have to know who you are. You have to start with what you are not. And from there is a vertical line going up to the one infinite being. And you've created an axis. In anthropology, we know that human beings, in their relationship with the divine, go through certain stages. The first stage is an animistic stage. It is horizontal. Everything has life. Everything has spirit. So when I look at the table is a spirit. I can contact that spirit and I can have relations with it. The world is a living world of relations. But there is no verticality as yet. Religion comes in Getzer's theory, you move from a magic stage, I'm not even talking about the archaic stage, I'm talking about the magic stage to the mythic stage. The mythic stage is the beginning of religion. It's the beginning of the recognition of heaven and earth. You talk about something above and something below. A certain verticality has an axis is coming to existence. That was not there before. But that is also the recognition of the scale of consciousness, this range of consciousness. The range of consciousness is also a range of self-knowledge. At ground zero, you don't know yourself. You've lost your self-knowledge. At ground infinity, you know yourself at infinite speed, all at once. In between are the gradations of relative speed of self-knowledge. This entirety is the mother. This entirety is the configuration of Shakti. So, all this was to come to the first line of the mother book in the first chapter. There are two powers that alone can effect in their conjunction the great and difficult thing which is the aim of our endeavor of fixed and unfailing aspiration that falls from below and the supreme grace from above that answers. You realize there is an axis. Something that falls from below, something that answers from above. A vertical axis is being acknowledged. There is something else acknowledged here, that between the above and the below, there is something that keeps a bar, a line of no entry from the fragmentation to the oneness, from the zero velocity to the infinite velocity. Something is keeping the fragmented. Something is keeping the difficulty, struggle and pain of relative inconscience inconscient. What is that that keeps it like that? And why is it that it does that? It keeps it like that because to answer that question, who am I, in a systematic fashion, fully, infinite questions have to be asked all at once. The radical infinity of being asks that question. Consciousness asks that question in its infinite potential. Those are the infinite particles into which it has fragmented itself. All these particles are asking that question. All of them are asking that question. And they are not being given an immediate answer, because if they were given an immediate answer, there would be no exploration. They are given freedom to explore. They are being kept like that. The infinite one has stilled its infinity and hidden its oneness. It has become infinite and it has withdrawn its oneness. Up there, it has fronted its oneness and made latent its infinity. Here, it has opened up its infinity and hidden its oneness. And every one of those infinite particles is struggling for the oneness that they have lost. This is our condition. So that struggle is not to return to the one. This is the big mistake that is made by all the various philosophies, including the entire past of India. The struggle is not to become one again and forget the many. The struggle is to become multiply one. The struggle is to know that the infinite is the one. To create a new oneness, something new is being born. The oneness of infinity. This is not Advaita of Keval Advaita. This is Purna Advaita. What's that? Not Advaita of Keval Advaita. Keval Advaita means soul or lonely one. The only one there is without its multiplicity. This is Purna Advaita, the oneness that is infinite, the infinite oneness. The oneness that recognizes itself in every particle, the oneness that recognizes its oneness in every other particle, the oneness that recognizes itself as the ensemble of particles, the universe of particles. All these three at once. So from that state, nascent state, every particle is separate, and longing for its knowledge of oneness of these three kinds, there is a great cry that goes out. There is a great cry that goes out. It's the birth pang. It's the birth pang of the universe and of every particle in the universe. And what is that birth pang all about? It's this. It's the fixed and unfailing aspiration from below. Fixed and unfailing aspiration from below. And in response to that, the possibility of the knowledge of the one returns as a grace. This is the central secret of evolution. This is the central secret of evolution. And this is the central secret of yoga. This is why Sri Aurobindo can say all life is yoga. Because all life is evolution. And all evolution is yoga. And this is the central secret of the integral yoga. The entirety of the integral yoga, all the books that Sri Aurobindo has written, all the conversations that the mother has had, can be reduced to this one thing, only one thing. There is a fixed and unfailing aspiration from below, and there is a supreme aim from above. I think we'll stop for now. I think he is calling us. But it's also an opportunity for reflection. I think we can stop and reflect on this, and come back and stop us soon.
It's on the other gate on this side. It's going to have to. We want to, otherwise there's water.
So I think we can take some time for discussions, questions at this point. Please reflect anything that you want to comment on, ask, etc. Because we can spend some time.
So,
Yeah.
you were talking about things with a kind of structure.
Yeah.
You were saying about vertical, horizontal.
Yeah.
So, is it like some methodology, some sort of methodology, implicit?
Yeah.
Maybe we say involved in your mind that.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Thank you for the question. Actually, I'll launch it to discussion, and then please feel free to ask questions, but I'll answer your question in a broader sense. We are here in Auroville, and so this reading is contextualized by our being here in Auroville. So Auroville was founded by Mira Alfasa, the mother, and as time passes, more and more people are coming. This is supposed to ultimately become a city for 50,000 people. I don't know if that will be realized, but the gradual way in which this city is becoming populated is also a gradual distance from the founding. So we cannot expect that over the years, the people who come will have the same kind of knowledge of the physical person called the mother as the people who founded this place, who really think about this place as a place founded by the mother of your ashram, and that is clearly their notion of the mother. The mother herself, in giving a kind of aim or ideal to Auroville, has said a number of things. To some, it is a place of human unity, and to some, it is the cradle of the Supermind. In the charter of Auroville, she has not used the term the mother or any term that belongs to Sri Aurobindo's daughter, but she has used that term. That's why I thought to be a Aurovillian, one must be a living servitor of the divine consciousness. So this immediately brings up the question, what is the divine consciousness? It also brings up the idea of what kind of spirituality is supported by this space. One may say that it's a plural and universal spirituality. If it is a plural and universal spirituality, what do we mean? Do we mean any kind of spiritual practice in the world will find a place for itself here? Well, not all spiritualities believe in the divine consciousness. So there is already certain types of seed assumptions within the space which define it. They are not dogmatic in the sense that they are not constrained by certain types of figures, personalities, terminology in an exterior sense. But there are terms, there are practices, there are assumptions, there is an ethos, and there is a symbolism that needs to be unpacked if one understands what is being seeded in this place. So, to what extent can we accept this space as a space of belonging in the sense of a spiritual community? It's something that needs to be unpacked and understood. Not everybody will feel at home here. The reason I'm saying that is that there is terminology used, symbolism used, assumptions in people's minds that are used that have a core or foundation or infrastructure. We talk about structuralism, a kind of structuralism. That structuralism may not necessarily be limited to Sri or Banerji. As time passes, we'll find people coming from different traditions that will come into contact with this structure and translate it in their own terms. So we have to try to create a bridge that allows that translation. And we have to see where the bridge stops. Because just as I said, not all spirituality accepts a divine consciousness. People will tell you, for example, that at the founding of Auroville, the Russians had come. And somebody asked the mother that the Russians are atheists. They don't believe in a divine consciousness. So what should we do? And the mother said, well, change that line for them to something which is like a willing servitor of the aspiration for perfection. Anybody here knows exactly what the terminology was, tapas? For the Russians, the mother said, you don't believe in a divine consciousness. That Aurovillian, to be an Aurovillian, one must be a willing servitor of the aspiration for perfection.
I think it was perfection. I think it was perfection. But finally, she explained them what perfection is, what divine consciousness that is perfection. Then they said, okay, this we can go. So then they could go also with it. Also the word goodwill.
That's another statement she has given. Auroville belongs to people of goodwill, right? That is related to the ideal of human unity. So, but I think when we say perfection, I've heard different versions. One person told me perfect consciousness. A perfect consciousness cannot be accepted by an atheist because it's a consciousness that is outside of one. An aspiration for perfection can be accepted by some atheists, but not all, because many people don't believe it is even an ideal to go for perfection. The mother herself in her talks has talked about the difference between progress and perfection. And she has said in that conversation that there is no real perfection. There is progress towards perfection. And any particular plateau you reach isn't perfect in its own domain, in its own universe. You can progress till there and then you have the progress of overcoming that universe itself. That perfection itself can be overcome. Sri Aurobindo has pointed out that there is no final goal. The supermind is not a final goal. The supermind is a plateau, is a status at which the problems of humanity at present can be solved, but that doesn't mean that the possibility of progress is stopped. So we find that these terms, they define to some extent the locus of the belonging space of Auroville, but they also open up to other possibilities that override them. See? So we have to look at it like that. The idea of the mother, you may say, is not in the charter of Auroville, but it is there in the Matri Mandir. The Matri Mandir is the mother's temple. So one may again ask, what kind of mother's temple is this? Is it a temple to Mira Alfasa? And the mother said that this is a temple to the universal mother. Because as time passes, there will be fewer people who know who she was. There will be people coming who have a connection with the universal mother that has arrived through other sources. And for them also, this is a temple, this is a soul of Auroville. This can be a soul of Auroville. But nevertheless, we again find that there are people whose spirituality does not include the idea of the mother. The entire Abrahamic tradition is androcentric. They believe that in the father, not in the mother. You have Catholicism that believes in the Virgin, but that is a certain kind of mother. It is the mother of mercy and the mother of sorrows. but it is not the mother of mind or the mother of wisdom. Of course, Sophia is the idea that actually encompasses the mother of wisdom, and she is coming out of the Greek traditions. So we find that the idea of the mother has traditional roots, but as people know, in Savitri, the idea of the integral mother is one that is composed of all these notions. The notion of power, the notion of wisdom, the notion of love, of compassion. So it is as if it is an ensemble of mothers. That is one person. So those who feel that Mira Alfasa is that person who are dedicated to her as an incarnation of Aditi, the undivided mother, will accept this space in a certain way. But there are others who will not accept it in that way. They will have to grow into their own idea of the integral mother. Now, the reason why I began by talking about being and consciousness is exactly that. That to some, even the word the mother doesn't mean much. But divine consciousness can mean something. And divine consciousness means something which equates to the mother, for those who can accept that term. I feel this is the reason the mother would use the word divine consciousness in the charter. It's the consciousness of the divine. Now, beyond that, there is also the structuralism of the vertical axis, the power that keeps it as it is, and the dynamic of the call from below and the response from above. This is certainly if you call it a structuralism, that belongs to Sri Aurobindo's teaching. It also belongs to certain other teachings. You can find the roots of it in Kashmiri Shaivism. That's the reason why you can draw symbolism from certain other traditions that are similar. But there are also differences. One of the major differences in the idea of the call and the response in Sri Aurobindo, and if you think of the 7 Quartets, and if you think of the Gita, Bhagavad Gita, on which the ideal of action and karma is based, is this, that in the Gita, Arjuna is surrendering himself to Krishna, who will act through him, and create the axis of Brahma, Karma, Samana. There is the vertical axis there. The same thing is happening there. And I will read in a moment where Sri Aurobindo gets that axis from. But, one second, I'm just finished this.
Explain the Brahma Karma.
I already explained it. So, this, axis in the Gita, it is figured as Krishna is going to act through the action of Arjuna. But it is not talking about the transformation of Arjuna. It is not about the instrument becoming a divine instrument. It is about the instrument being a divine channel for the divine consciousness. For Sri Aurobindo, the idea of the transformed divinity of the instrument is achieved through the surrender to the feminine principle, which is the divine consciousness, not the divine being. The divine being is a presence. The divine consciousness is the active or dynamic power of the presence in all things.
I think you often use also consciousness force.
It's the consciousness force.
That's better, makes more clear.
Yeah, what is in Sanskrit Chit Shakti. Chit Shakti is literally translated as consciousness force or will. Will, you can use the will term is translated from Kashmiri Shaivism, Ichha Shakti. You see, Ichha Shakti is a way of putting an aspiration. But if we talk about the consciousness that has become the force of aspiration as well as the grace that answers, that is the Chit Shakti. Now, if we also talk about the systematic nature, the systematic nature is there. Hold on. The systematic nature has to be acknowledged. Then we are talking about a kind of mind. That is the Supermind. Now, the idea of the supermind as a system, as an evolutionary kind of journey, is not there in the rest of the Indian tradition. That is certainly something Sri Aurobindo introduces. The idea of Vijnana is there in the Upanishads, but they don't actually explicate it. He is interpreting it and explicating it.
Could it be because of the methodology, considering not to confuse students?
Yeah.
Because saying the half.
Yeah.
Because once they realize it, it's
Yeah.
the natural state of things.
I agree. So that's the reason why when we look at the statements of the mother regarding Auroville and the minimalism of those statements, we can see that she is inviting us into this adventure in which the unspoken will reveal itself in its own time. I am discussing this in terms of the mother for those who wish to look beyond the minimalism and those who wish to take it as the infrastructure. But if one doesn't need that at this point, that is fine too. And one is completely at liberty to practice whatever one knows, whatever one feels. So from that point of view, Auroville is a plural space, but still there are assumptions within it. And those assumptions need to be understood, and what is behind them can be understood if one wants.
When she said, Sri Aurobindo prior to Mahatma Gandhi, talked about having used the word Auroville for the establishment of this type of community?
No, he did. But the mother, before Sri Aurobindo passed, was already thinking about this kind of community as an experiment. Now, talking about the goals of Auroville, to achieve the ideal of human unity, which Sri Aurobindo was seeing it in his book, The Ideal of Human Unity, he's seeing it in political terms. He's seeing it in terms of world government. But the mother is also seeing it in psychological terms as an experimental and symbolic space, and in which that can be achieved. That is Auroville. To achieve the ideal of human unity, one does not necessarily need this entire infrastructure that we are talking about. But one needs the psychic being. The psychic being is the necessary and sufficient condition for human unity. Now, what is the psychic being? I'm not going to talk about right now. It is the essence of this fixed and unfailing aspiration from within. In Auroville, what one finds is great goodwill, as Tapas said. Goodwill is the action of the psychic through the vital. The psychic is illuminating the vital as a goodwill for humanity, a kind of going into service for the future of humanity. That ideal is certainly the base level for people who are in Auroville. From that, one can go a step further and open oneself to becoming not merely a symbolic experiment for human unity, but a creator of the super. Yes, sir.
For me personally, in my own journey, in knowing about Auroville and why the purpose of Auroville and in the light of another vision for this place. In the charter, there is a place to this unending education and for research.
Yes.
For me, the word research, in any lab in the world, any scientist who is doing research, there is a lab, very concentrated, intensified environment created for the researcher or the scientist to explore and experiment and have 100% freedom to be able to make mistakes.
Sure.
When you are researching something new, obviously we'll make mistakes. And in the context of always being what we are as humans, our nature being still slow in transforming ourselves, we make more mistakes than one step forward.
Sure.
And in that time concept, 50 Auroville as lab for research.
Okay.
And she has created this place. It is for the humanity as a whole to be able to manifest that work in the body.
Okay. So what you're saying, Tapas, that's also very important, but also needs to be unpacked. Because today the idea of lifelong education is also current in the outer world. But if you ask people what is lifelong education, for many of them it is just an accumulation of text. They read this and they also read that and they also
That's
practice
why she
this.
calls this as a living laboratory.
Okay, so the idea of the living laboratory comes out of the Sri Aurobindo text, where he's talking about the human as a transitional being, a living laboratory of the divine. Now, that kind of idea, again, is part of that infrastructure. It's not just any kind of place for unending education. It's a place for unending education that is going to bring us to the realization of the supermind, the realization of that which is at the other side of the rope, thrown between the beast and the superman.
Through the integral yoga.
Yeah.
Which means working in matter, bringing perfection in matter, in our organization, in the beauty, as well as in oneself.
Yeah.
And
So it is a
place
of research. But it's a place of research towards a certain goal. That goal is implicit in the idea of unending. Again, that's the minimalism, a place of unending education. But we have to unpack a place of unending education of what kind and towards what goal.
And for me, it's also to reflect again on this term, fixed and unfailing aspiration, because so far, and that's why I'm also here, it is. When it's only mentally understood, it is fixed, yeah, it is hard. And then it comes not out what you pointed out and before, that it is, that's a oneness, is a multiplicity. That is there to understanding. That is not the goal, is not the realization in a fine space, but it is to realize and to live and to experience the divinity in all beings.
Yeah. So there exactly what you're saying is exactly the fixed and unfailing aspiration from below is what in Sri Aurobindo's terminology would be called the psychic being. Yeah. Only the psychic can give you the fixed and unfailing aspiration from below. And that is the immanence of the Supreme. The Supreme has come into each of those particles into which the one is spread. The one has entered into its infinite particles. But in each of these infinite particles, the entirety of the one is present. And it is present at its center as the call that goes to the goal, in which it can be the infinite one, the infinite.
I think that's so important because I lived 20 years, 21 years in Auroville. The mental is also there, and fixed and fixed goals or things. And to understand the divinity in every particle.
Can I share something?
Yeah.
As a biologist, I was thinking that the mother has actually had this shared an experience which she had. I've read about it in the agenda. She had this experience while explaining to the students what is death. And while explaining, she had a vision of a giant hand holding between the thumb and the index finger a cell, a giant cell. And that cell had a luminosity at the very center, the nuclear area of that. And that radiated a blue light, radiant light. And she said that this is where the will is. And so the cell is the microscopic, the macroscopic level, we're looking at the microscopic level. And the center of the cell, the nucleus, is the radiant part which has the will, which calls. And when that will
one's being that the cohesion and the life force is immanent. So one more thing, and just one last one. Now with all this, I feel that with the Supermental's action on the earth, what has happened is that I feel, it's just my extrapolation from this, but I feel that this cell has now shown a magical quality, and that is the fact that the stem cells have been, are being worked on. Now, what is this stem cell? Basically, it's a cell that has infinite potential. So you can actually make it, program it to become anything, a liver, a kidney, a heart, or whatever. Even the knees, the retina, everything, the cartilages, the tendons, it can become. So this is really magical, and how it's been even understood by the scientists and it's being utilized by the scientists and the medical field right now is marvelous. So just sharing this with all of you.
Yeah, so you may say that there is a psychic center to every particle, and at the cellular level, that is what the mother was noticing. And what you're talking about is actually something that is operative in a fractal way at macro and micro and macro levels. Auroville itself is an example of that. What you're talking about is what mother was trying to do at the cellular level, where she was trying to get the cells to cohese, by conscious will, not by unconscious process of habits, which is how nature has created us. We are 90% habit. But to what extent the mother says that the supramental being, the heart will not pump by itself. There has to be a will for the heart to pump. Everything is conscious. So it's really another kind of operation, but this is the beginning of that operation, where the psychic is the fixed and unfading aspiration from below that comes into the consciousness of the entity. It is already there. That's why Sri Aurobindo is saying that all life is yoga. All life is an unconscious yoga, because this fixed and unfading aspiration from below is already at work in an unconscious way, causing evolution to take place. But can we make evolution conscious? Can we have conscious evolution? That is the research that this laboratory is carrying out. Yes.
Another thing is that now, because it's so difficult to get embryonic stem cells and all, they're even, and not just to get them, to be able to make them whatever organ they're needed to become, and then put them in the patient, for the patient to receive it without any immunological problems. They are now taking the skin cells of the patient himself and then wiping the memory off of the skin cells, regressing them into totipotent or pluripotent cells with infinite potential, then converting them into those. So this thing about I have read also somewhere where the mother says she has wiped out the entire memory of all her, the volitional, all the memory, and so she cannot walk. She has to be helped to walk, and one day she is talking about this, and then later on something happens and she's okay, she doesn't need that help anymore. So the memory has to be erased.
It's a very profound point. Actually, this idea of the fixed and unfading aspiration from below is being compromised. These ideas are actually manifesting. Even philosophically, these ideas are now very current, you see. This is the whole notion of, the kind of people like Gilles Deleuze, who's talking about arriving at a rhizomatic condition. A rhizomatic condition is a pluripotent condition. In other words, from the rhizome, a leaf can come out, a stem can come out, a flower can come out, It can become anything it wants. So, to do that, it has to wipe out the habits that make it into a certain type of thing. So it's a similar kind of condition spiritually that we are called out to go to, which Deleuze talks about the plane of immanence. The plane of immanence is exactly that, bedrock where specialization hasn't taken place. He also uses the term body without organs. The body without organs is prior to the organs actually sprouting on the body that can become whatever configuration of organs it wants. So it is possible for us, and the idea is philosophically becoming possible, to tap into a potency which is pure conscious aspiration. That is what Mother is talking about, the fixed and unfailing aspiration from below that is centralized as the psychic being, ultimately goes all the way down to the cell and the atom, and all the way up to the constellations, and below that to societies and communities and nations. So I think this is the reason why, as I was saying, this one line is all of the yoga, at the individual level and the collective level. Yes.
The voice here may be towards supreme grace, not supreme consciousness.
Yes. So,
can you repeat?
why has Sri Aurobindo used the term supreme grace? And I think he also said not supreme consciousness. Right? Supreme consciousness and supreme grace to some extent are the same. But supreme grace is acting as an answer to the aspiration from below. It is a directed consciousness. Just consciousness in itself acts in a shotgun fashion. But supreme grace acts in a directed fashion. The aspiration came, then there was something that turned specifically to that aspiration. So the term supreme is also important, because supreme is not just a difference in degree, it's a difference in kind. Supreme means not just more higher, it means highest. It means that from which everything has come. So if we were talking about consciousness making itself into a gradation of consciousness, it is also outside the gradation of consciousness as pure consciousness. That is where the supreme grace comes from. Therefore, that supreme consciousness is the higher correlate of that body without organs, or pluripotent cell, or whatever you might call it. It is the supreme correlate of that, from which any kind of answer can come.
Would you say that is the expression of the sankalpa? That would be
Sankalpa is habit.
intention.
Sankalpa is intention, but sankalpa as intention could be the aspiration in its highest sense. Sankalpa as will or intention in its highest sense is the aspiration from within.
Would you call the supreme consciousness the creative force?
Yes, you could also call it the creative consciousness.
I was wondering, I was actually thinking about this last night, and if you covered it already, then we can skip over it. But I was just wondering, I generally correlate the concept of universal mother with the level of overmind. And so I was wondering, but then at one point you said that the mother includes kind of the entire spectrum of graded consciousness, gradation of consciousness. So I was just wondering about the relationship of universal mother with supermind, overmind, and psychic being.
Yeah. The universal mother, the universal consciousness would be equated to the overmind. But the supreme consciousness would be equated to the supermind and above, what is called the vidya. Overmind is the highest rung of the gradation of consciousness. Outside the gradation of consciousness is the supreme consciousness. That would be called vidya, Sat Chit Ananda Vijnana. There are four, it's not just Sat Chit Ananda. It's Sat Chit Ananda and Vijnana. Vijnana is the supermind, by whose power Satchidananda gets a systematic manifestation as evolutionary cosmos.
When you said that that consciousness from which the grace flows is outside of the gradation, does it mean that it is, in which way is it conscious of itself and intends to some extent? It must be intending that flow of grace.
Yes, because it is coming out of the supermind. Supermind is the idea, what Sri-Aurobindo calls the real idea of every universe. So of our universe, it is the real idea of evolution. So the very idea of these two movements emerges out of the supermind. The Shakti of the supermind is the supreme grace from above that answers. Because it is also related to the law. It is related to the law of evolution. It is related to the gradation of consciousness that has a certain logic to it. It is related to the logos. In that sense, it has an intelligence to it. It has the idea of the cosmos in its own consciousness.
About the supreme grace and the supreme consciousness. The wisdom is in both the supreme grace and the supreme consciousness. Is that what you just said?
No. The supreme concave, it becomes a little more technical there. So if we talk about using Sanskrit terms or using English terms, being and consciousness, as I started, being in Sanskrit is Sat. Consciousness is the consciousness of pure being that can ask the question, who am I, in any way that it wants, that doesn't need to have intelligence. That is Chit. But if it wants to ask that question in a systematic way, it mobilizes its own infinite mind. That is called supermind. Consciousness of supermind is the supreme grace, not supreme consciousness. Consciousness of supermind. Because that already knows the law of the universe.
So supreme consciousness is a creative consciousness.
Correct.
Wisdom must be part of the creativity.
That's right. That's right. Supermind, therefore, is an action of the supreme consciousness.
So in other terms, it would seem to relate to the sophia being.
It would seem to relate to the sophia. Sophia, the idea of sophia in its highest sense, would be the Shakti of supermind.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether they use it in that sense or at the overmental level. That is the question. Is sophia an overmental logos? Or is sophia a supramental logos? Is sophia bound to the cosmic law? Or is sophia transcendent of the cosmic law? Can sophia change the cosmic law? That is the question.
You can't answer that.
Yeah. It's difficult.
Yeah.
There is also a concept of white borders.
Of what?
White borders.
White borders.
White borders.
Goddess.
Goddess.
White goddess.
Yeah.
White goddess, you are talking about Robert Graves' book, White Goddess.
Yeah.
So White Goddess is looking at various traditions, pagan goddess traditions, and he's really, it's the overmental goddess. The goddess who is the goddess of the cosmos, the universal goddess. Yeah, the universal goddess. I would like to read a few other things here.
But she usually appear like a bull.
Yeah, she can appear
very unique in many forms.
So there is a kind of animism, but it is a universal or cosmic animism that appears through spirit forms. It can appear as inspiration, it can appear in physical form, etc. So that's a universal or cosmic goddess that can just make appearances.
Just one.
Yeah.
One question pertaining to the particles.
Yeah.
If we deem that has representing unconscious particles, do we mean by all these particles, unconscious particles, the entire range of
subatomic particles
of beings like us who to different degrees learn or evolve to ask the question why? Or did you mean only the particles, the unconscious particles of matter? Does this matter included here in this?
I include matter. So could you please?
Because the fan
if the matter is included, whether the matter is included is the main question.
Yeah. If I may I paraphrase you for him?
Yes.
She's asking, when I'm talking about unconscious particles, do I mean only what we consider conscious particles, like human beings or even animals, or do I include things like subatomic particles of matter? This is the question. And I'm saying anything that takes a discrete appearance, including subatomic particles of matter, have that aspiration. This is a kind of panpsychism. Yeah, it's a panpsychism. But that panpsychism is built into Sri Aurobindo. That even matter is conscious. Sri Aurobindo has a poem called Electron. You can check that poem out. He's talking about the electron as a chariot of Shiva. Therefore, every subatomic particle in this understanding has got the fixed and unfailing aspiration from below.
That is very important.
Yes. Yeah.
Because that is what the mother refers to later on when she wanted to awake that will leading to that aspiration, leading to the will, the necessary will.
Yeah.
Change.
That's right.
The entire structure.
Yeah. That's right.
To lead to ultimately lead to some manifestation, some other manifestation.
So, I'd like to, it's time for us to have lunch, but I'd like to read a couple of passages, short passages, since we've come to this point, that relate to the mother's understanding of this mind that she was already preconceiving and experiencing, and that in a way is the very symbology of the Matri Mandir. The Matri Mandir is this fixed and unfailing aspiration from below and a supreme grace to man above that answers. So I'd like to read two prayers of the mother. From June 16, 1940. Like a sun, thy splendor descends upon the earth, and thy rays will illumine the world. All those elements which are pure enough, plastic enough, sufficiently receptive to manifest the very splendor of the central fire nucleus, are grouping themselves together. This grouping is not arbitrary and does not depend on the will or aspiration of one element or another. It depends on what it is. It is independent of any individual decision. Thy splendor wants to radiate. What is capable of manifesting, it manifests. And these elements gather together to reconstitute as perfectly as possible in this world of division, the divine center which has to be manifested. In the wonder of this contemplation, all the cells of the being exult, and seeing that which is the integral substance passes into an ecstasy. How can this substance be now distinguished from thyself? It is thou, completely, entirely, intensely, in a perfect identification. Thou. And this, just a little later, in the same year, July 21st, 1914, not very far from our date today, there was no longer any body, no longer any sensation. Only a column of light was there, rising from where the base of the body normally is to where usually is the head, to form there a disk of light like that of the moon. And from there, the column continued to rise very far above the head, opening out into an immense sun, dazzling and multicolored, whence a rain of golden light fell, covering all the earth. Then slowly the column of light came down again, forming an oval of living light, awakening and setting into movement, each one in a special way, according to a particular vibratory mode, the centers above the head, in the head, the throat, the heart, the middle of the stomach, the base of the spine, and still further down. At the level of the knees, the ascending and descending currents joined, and the circulation thus went on uninterruptedly, enveloping the whole being in an immense oval of living light. Then slowly the consciousness came down again, stage by stage, halting in each word, until the body consciousness returned. The recovery of the body consciousness was, if the memory is correct, the 9th stage. At that moment, the body was still quite stiff and immobile. We can stop there for lunch.
Just one. So we come back at 3:30 or 3?
No, I think I was thinking we come back at 1:30.
And then?
1:30 to 3 and 3:30 to 5. 2 more sessions.
And tomorrow the same? Okay, I just wanted to give an information. Today is Thursday. Every Thursday evening at 6, there is a meditation on the amphitheater and Bharat. One is music, one is voice and silence. Since we are on the topic of the today being a Thursday, we are welcome to do the rest.
The underlying structure behind the mother. And we also were discussing about Auroville and the idea of terminology. Terminology like the mother, divine consciousness, etc. And also about people who don't accept these terms or understand it in other ways. So the entire notion of ideals comes up, and how we can find languages that align people to an ideal. To what extent is it possible? So I think that same discussion led us to consider the Russians and what the mother thought would be appealing to them. So on the way, I think I heard before we started 2 comments that were really interesting, and I call on Amrita to say about what she saw in the exhibition, and also what Giacomo was telling me. I think why don't we talk about that? The issue of how the mother thought about translating the idea of divine consciousness to the Russians.
So before this place came into existence, there was an inauguration ceremony that was to be held. And in this inauguration ceremony, the mother wanted 2 children, one girl and one boy, to represent the different nations of the world. So she sent out invitations to the consul generals of the different nations, asking them to provide 2 children for this beautiful event, the realization of the divine here in this community.
And soil. Also, the water came later now, a few years back. So the soil and 2 children were to bring this soil and pour the soil into the lotus-like urn in the middle of the amphitheater in Mandir, in the Mandir compound. So all the delegates were being sent, but Russia was a difficult one to get because they don't believe in divine. So then mother called her secretary, got into, and I told him to go and talk to the consul general of Russia. So Udar was a little nervous. He said, "What will I say? How will I do it?" She said, "Don't worry, go there and I will put the words into your mouths." So he went to the consul general and he said that we want this. He said, asked her for these 2 children, and this man said, "We don't believe in God. So we don't believe in divine or God." So then he said, God said, "How about progress? You believe in progress?" He said, "Yes, progress. Communism is about progress. So communism is about progress, but what do you mean? Towards what?" So Consul General asked Udar Pinto. Udar Pinto said, "How about if I say towards perfection?" And he said, "Towards ultimate perfection." Then he said, "Yes, we believe this." So then he said, "Then that is God, that is divine." So he said, "Okay, then we believe this, so you can have the children." This is how he provided the children for the inauguration for Russia.
So it was progress towards perfection.
Ultimate perfection.
So progress towards ultimate, that was the translation instead of divine consciousness.
Yes.
Interesting. And Giacomo was saying something interesting also about the background of communism, which would be nice to hear.
Yes, the origin of communism was a philosophy actually called Cosmism that has an exoteric origin actually, and they are totally atheist. Cosmism is totally atheist, but they believe the possibility to ride evolution and control and guide evolution, the possibility to reach and manifest immortality. And it's called Cosmism because they really believe that the final destiny of human being is not just the Earth planet, but to extend this control of evolution and of death and life to all the humans. So this was some common point between an atheist discipline like communism and
So actually what I wanted to say is that you see, because of the division between church and state, during the Renaissance, there is a very large proportion of humans who don't believe in God. But I think the idea of conscious evolution is present in a number of philosophies, philosophers, etc. Giacomo was talking about cosmism, COSMISM, which was an art movement out of which Russian communism sprang to some extent. It's prior to Russian communism, and how they were involved in thinking about conscious evolution. Similarly, you have thinkers like Bergson, Ari Bergson, and an entire lineage of philosophers of becoming. So the philosophers of becoming they don't necessarily believe in the response from above. But it doesn't mean that they completely reject it either. They believe that in the aspiration from below. That with aspiration, and at the philosophical level, it goes back to Nietzsche, who was saying that one can connect with the drive of nature for the being of the future. So, in a way, there are philosophers who talk no God in the beginning, but God at the end. There's no God at the beginning. At the beginning there is aspiration, but it leads to perfection, which is God at the end. So I think there may be people who will translate the idea of divine consciousness like that, and we could say that at some point maybe they will encounter the force from above. And there is a possibility of that kind of translation to a community like Auroville. Particularly if we think about our times as post-secular times. We are still in the wave of the secular, but we are going beyond the divide between church and state. So we open ourselves to something else, but at the same time we don't want to make assumptions about it. This is the post-secular. So languages can be found of aspiration from below, but grace from above is put in brackets. It's not denied, but it is not accepted either. Yes.
With a similar line, I go in May of here in the Body Central Center, Zen Buddhism Center. And there was one Buddhist, she's also an Auroville, she's following the Buddhist path since long. And I taught her about the film The Connected Universe from this Asina Ramain, because he is here finding out where in the physical the oneness get experienced, right? The oneness. And then she said, yes, the Buddhists say, as all the theologists and all this will wait up there with the T when the science has the highest point in the research. So then this goes together.
Yeah, I think if one is open, does not put a closure on one's ideology, then a beginning can be made anywhere, and maybe something else will be encountered as one makes the progress. I wanted to also read a couple of other things. One is...
excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but that last prayer that you read
Yeah.
of the mothers,
Yeah.
it said something about the ninth, something.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand that reference.
Oh, both those prayers are kind of quite deep. She's talking about, normally we think of 7 chakras, but she's talking about 9 levels to the body. She's talking about some intermediate chakras.
These being very, like connecting the lower to the higher.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Correct, yeah. So I just take it as her experience, and in a way I point out that the similarity between the symbology of the Matri Mandir and these experiences, they're like the inner space of Matri Mandir itself is made up of these experiences. I now want to read 2 quotations from Sri Aurobindo, which also throw light on what we've discussed so far, and then we move on to the text. This is from Synthesis of Yoga, the sacrifice, the triune path, and the Lord of the sacrifice. This chapter begins like this. The law of sacrifice is the common divine action that was thrown out into the world in its beginning as a symbol of the solidarity of the universe. It is by the attraction of this law that a divinizing principle, a saving power, descends to limit and correct and gradually to eliminate the errors of an egoistic and self-divided creation. This descent, this sacrifice of the Purusha, the divine soul submitting itself to force and matter so that it may inform and illuminate them is the seed of redemption of this world of inconscience and ignorance. For with sacrifice as their companion, says the Gita, the All-Father created these peoples. The acceptance of the law of sacrifice is a practical recognition by the ego that it is neither alone in the world nor chief in the world. It is its admission that even in this much fragmented existence, there is beyond itself and behind that which is not its own egoistic person, something greater and completer, a diviner all which demands from it subordination and service. Indeed, sacrifice is imposed and where need be compelled by the universal word force. It takes it even from those who do not consciously recognize the law, inevitably, because this is the intrinsic nature of things. Our ignorance or our false egoistic view of life can make no difference to this eternal bedrock truth of nature. For this is the truth of in nature, that this ego, which thinks itself a separate, independent being and claims to live for itself, is not and cannot be independent nor separate, nor can it live to itself, even if it would, but rather all are linked together by a secret oneness. Each existence is continually giving out purpose from its top, out of its mental receipts from nature, or its vital and physical assets and acquisitions and belongings. A stream goes to all that is around it, and always again it receives something from its environment, gratis or in return for its voluntary or involuntary tribute. For it is only by this giving and receiving that it can effect its own growth, while at the same time it helps the sum of things. At length, though at first slowly and partially, we learn to make a conscious sacrifice. Even in the end, we take joy to give ourselves and what we envisage as belonging to us in a spirit of love and devotion to that which appears for the moment other than ourselves and is certainly other than our limited personalities. The sacrifice and the divine return for our sacrifice then become a gladly accepted means towards our last perfection. But it is recognized now as the road to the fulfillment in us of the eternal purpose. In a way, this is in other words, the same background to what we read. It also talks about the sacrifice. He's drawing this idea of the sacrifice from the Vedic Purusha Sutta, which is talking about the sacrifice of Purusha. So he uses that term, sacrifice of Purusha. Sacrifice of Purusha in the Purusha Sutta talks about supreme reality as a person. It's a person, not necessarily a human person, but a post-human person. The same kind of person that gives the Vishwarupa darshan to Arjuna. So that person calls the gods to sacrifice it. In other words, fragmenting. And it fragments it into its 4 parts. So it's important to recognize these 4 parts because they'll come into our reading very shortly. So these 4 parts become multitudes, 4 multitudes we may say. Multitudes of wisdom, power, of love, and of works. These separate things, this dismemberment is contained by a secret oneness. And how do we recover? How does that sacrificed body recover its oneness? That becomes the journey the cosmos. That is the great work to be done. The great and difficult work to be done. And how is it done? It is done by sacrifice. The divine sacrifice calls the sacrifice of the particles of the divine. And he's pointing out at the unconscious level that sacrifice is a horizontal sacrifice. In other words, we give to the cosmos and receive from the cosmos. Even if we don't want to, it is demanded and exacted from us. But once we become conscious, it becomes a vertical sacrifice. It becomes a sacrifice to the origin, to the Purusha, who is then born in us and then recognizes its oneness in the individual and in the cosmos. So this becomes the backdrop of the lines that we make. That is the secret of the oneness of evolution, moving from a fragmented condition to a condition of united multiplicity. Oneness in multiplicity. Idea of oneness in multiplicity has to be understood because this is the value of postmodern philosophy. Postmodern philosophy has come to the understanding that every other earlier philosophy, modern and pre-modern philosophies, that have tried to create oneness have done it at the cost of pluralism, have done it at the cost of radical difference. And therefore, they have stopped short at the supreme, at this origin. What they have created is a set of laws. If you obey those laws, you can be one. But if you disobey those laws, you break out from that oneness. Therefore, hidden in every movement towards unity, towards oneness, so far, is a secret fascism. This is what postmodernism reacts against. It wants to protect radical plurality. And it is important to protect radical plurality because unless we find a unity that matches radical plurality, it is not the true unity. It is a partial unity. A unity developed and kept in place by force and by some law. Yes.
The word radical.
The word radical.
Using that word.
I use that, okay. So when I say radical plurality or radical infinity, there may be bound infinities. Radical infinity is an unbound infinity. What is a bound infinity? A bound infinity is something like, let's say we take that bowl and we break it, and we break it and break it and break it. We break it till it is infinite. But it is actually bound by the outline of that bowl. Let's look at it mathematically. If you take the set of all odd numbers, how many numbers will be there in that set? Infinite. Think of it. There is no end to the number of odd numbers. Just as there is no end to the number of natural numbers, or the number of even numbers, etc. But it is a bound infinite. Because if it is another kind of entity, if it is an even number, that infinity will not accommodate it. It needs the law of that binding to become infinite. Radical infinity means unbound infinity.
So there is no order in it, it's there.
No, order and disorder is another thing. Chaos. No order even, no. There is no law that can bind that infinity within which we can say that we need that law for that infinity.
So is there only one radical infinity, or can there be multitudes of radical infinities?
No, there is one radical infinity. It is the absolute. It is the only infinity there is. It is completely unbounded and there is nothing other than it.
So
every other infinity is a boundary.
When you talk about oneness, do I associate myself with everything around me? So So, like this table is me as well.
It is in a certain essential way.
Because I don't feel it, right?
Yeah, you don't feel it. But that is what yoga is all about, to come to that feeling. So the idea that everything has the same thing that makes you up, right? You're made up of something, right? You're made up of many kinds of things. You're made up of your sense of self. You're made up of your biological substance. You're made up of your thoughts. You're made up of many different kinds of things that you can think of as yourself. But all these may be made up of something more fundamental that has made up everything. So there can be a universal substance. You don't experience it, but you could experience it. That becomes the whole premise of yoga, that it is possible to experience a universal substance that has made you up and made everything up as well. That is the experience of Brahman. Similarly, you could say that there is a universal force that is all the different forces inside you and all the different forces in all the things outside you. If you realize the universal force, then you will know that you are one with all other forces. That is the realization of Shakti. The realization of Brahman and realization of Shakti both bring us a different kind of realization of oneness.
So when you say there is a secret oneness,
Yeah.
these are theories, right? Like
They can be, if they're theories, then they are metaphysical constructs. But what he's saying is his experience. You or I may not experience it right now, but if one person experiences, we can't deny that person. That is a facet. That person has broken our bounded reality. We have to give it its due. That's what he's saying. He's not giving us a construct. He's giving us an experience.
Yeah. But also, I mean, with what you're saying, is that I think it can be hard to arrive at this acceptance of simultaneous radical infinity and radical unity.
Yeah.
But with what you're saying in this example of like, okay, am I the same as this table? I don't think you're talking about like that we all just melt into some sort of amorphous blob. It's that simultaneously I am distinct, and in my distinctness I am also seamlessly unified with the.
Yeah. So the question of am I one with this table is a partial question. I'm one with this table in substance, I'm one with this table in force, but I'm also separate from the table. That's the preservation of the plurality. You know, that's the point I'm making. That is, we are not here to say in an amorphous way we are one with everything, because then that completely obliterates any possibility of cosmos. We are here to say we are one in substance, in the essential the same substance that has made us has made that can be realized, not just thought of through physics, but it can be by consciousness realized. And the one force that has made us who we are is present in all things that can be realized. But at the same time, uniqueness can be realized. Now that would make for the radical plurality. Now, radical plurality and radical oneness coexist not at the cosmic level. They cannot, that's why you're saying it's so difficult to think of, because it cannot be thought of at the cosmic level. It's outside the gradation that we were talking about. It is the absolute. That's the reason why a supreme grace from above that answers. We cannot realize it by our own effort because it is outside our cosmic system. You see? That's the reason why with our mental effort, all we can create are fascisms. Or we can create this amorphous oneness, this entry into the Keval Advaita. If you want Purna Advaita, you have to call on it from something outside the cosmic system.
of the table and all of this being me, then I would actually live in a very lonely world. But I would be happy with that.
Well, eventually you wouldn't live. You would dissolve in that. Only that would live. Because your separate existence is gone.
Only that would live.
Yeah.
And if it were the other kind of the Purna Advaita, how would I experience all
Then you would also experience the loss of your present personality, but you would also experience yourself as a unique center of individual expression.
among all the other
Among all the other unique centers.
and have been unified with
And at the same time you are one.
And are you unified with all the uniqueness as well?
Yeah. So what we are talking about, that's what Sri Aurobindo is talking about. The Supermind says we do not have that organ right now. It's just like if a dog wanted to understand how to write an equation, it wouldn't be able to. It could aspire for it. It's a modality of consciousness that we don't have. Absolute unity and absolute infinity is a state of consciousness that is outside of the laws of mind. And we are bound infinity within the laws of mind. This is the reason why it is only by calling on a force outside our cosmic system that it is possible to realize this. What you just said, as a reality, we don't have an intuition for it. Because it is beyond. This is the reason why Arjuna, during the Vishwarupa, is saying, please come back to your cosmic form, because my mind is tearing. I can't bear it. Why can't he bear it? This is the reason he can't bear it. It is outside the law of mind.
So then you said that Arjuna was actually only a channel. He surrendered to Krishna, but he remained just a channel. And not that in contrast to what we in the own yoga want to become, that is a transformed.
The divine instrument.
The
transformed divine instrument.
He was not a transformed instrument.
No, he had prepared his instrument, and he's a hero. He has prepared his instrument, and he's a hero. He has done the exercises of concentration so that he can become a good instrument of the divine consciousness. But he has not become a divinized instrument.
So that would mean that we can turn into discover our own divinity.
We can discover our own divinity in expression.
In expression.
Not only in essence, but in expression.
Not only in an understanding, in a transcendent, vaster mind, some understanding of the transcendence, but in expression.
Down to the body, down to the cells of the body.
That would also include this unique understanding of myself.
The multiplied infinity, the way of a kind in which each of us experiences that we are all of us, and at the same time uniquely each of us.
Isn't there a line in Savitri about the honeycomb and every cell tasting its
It's not in Savitri. It's a statement by Sri Aurobindo. But basically, yes, it's an aphorism. Anybody remember the aphorism?
One is all. No. But taste everyone and taste itself and taste everyone at the same time.
At the same time.
Yeah. And I have a question. Just more in the beginning, this morning we talked about this horizontal level and the vertical level, where we have to question to find out who am I and all this. And I have since long the question, on what level you do? On the mind level, or you go in the beyond the mind?
Existential level, not beyond the mind. First you have to ask the question at a deeper level than the mind.
It is not the mind,
No,
because I have
no.
always problem
I was talking about the divine asking that question to itself. And we can ask that question, but we have to ask the question at the psychic level, much deeper than the mind.
Okay, well, that's very easy. I also maybe in what is Developmental, they have not have this koans, that's a contradiction.
Yeah.
And there was one koan, what was your original face even before your parents were born? And I walked then in the evening full moon and then came outside smiling. Yes, I was a smiling angel.
Good.
But if the support, the surrender would be total in an individual,
yes,
that must automatically speak.
Yes.
Must lead to a state which is to some extent a non-dual state and a state beyond duality.
If it is the surrender is total,
that implies some transformation.
Yeah, if the surrender is total down to the cells of the body, then immediately what that first line that we read is achieved in its integrality. Is achieved in its integrality. Because if the surrender is total to the cells of the body, the union between the grace from above and the aspiration from below becomes complete. And you become a supramental agent. You become a supramental entity. But that totality of that surrender is very difficult. This is what Mother was trying to do. This is what Mother was trying to do in her last days. And there's a place where Sri Aurobindo puts it slightly differently. He puts it in terms of faith. He says, if I had total faith to the bottom of every cell of my body, that the divine is the only thing that exists, I would be completely divinized right now. That does not exist. This is why even in Sri Aurobindo that does not exist. Even in a mother that does not exist. This is the yoga. It's a very difficult yoga. This is the great and difficult endeavor.
So, my understanding is that from one hand there is the aspiration, the psychic aspiration, and on the other there is the grace. The aspiration we call it question, symbolize the question, but the grace doesn't provide an answer, provides the condition to become.
That's right.
And that's why evolution.
That's right.
So we become.
That's right. Very well put, yes. I want to read one more before we move this again, Sri Aurobindo, from Yoga of Works. And this gives us again a view on the same thing. This then, in its foundations, is the integral knowledge of the Supreme and Infinite, to whom we offer our sacrifice. And this, the nature of the sacrifice itself, in its triple character, a sacrifice of works, a sacrifice of love and adoration, a sacrifice of knowledge. For even when we speak of the sacrifice of works by itself, we do not mean the offering only of our outward acts, but of all that is active and dynamic in us. Our internal movements, no less than our external doings, are to be consecrated on the one altar. The inner heart of all work that is made into a sacrifice is a labor of self-discipline and self-perfection by which we can hope to become conscious and luminous with the light from above poured into all our movements of mind, heart, will, sense, life and body. An increasing light of divine consciousness will make us close in soul and one by identity in our inmost being and spiritual substance with the master of the word sacrifice, the supreme object of existence proposed by the ancient Vedanta. But also, it will tend to make us one in our becoming by resemblance to the divine in our nature, the mystic sense of the symbol of sacrifice in the sealed speech of the seers of the Vedas. The two kinds of oneness he's talking about. One is the oneness that is the goal of Vedanta, which is the oneness of consciousness. Knowing that there is one conscious being in all things. The other is the goal of the Veda, and that is oneness in nature. That is the transformed nature.
Isn't it paradoxical to say two oneness?
Two onenesses. It is paradoxical. Reality is paradoxical. If reality is not paradoxical, it is fascist. Only a paradoxical reality is open.
They also do. Our life is a paradox with God as king. And for me also, how you see this in this context, also that Shiva said, he emphasizes in meditation his three forms: to see all in the divine, to see the divine in all, and to see all as a becoming of the divine.
Correct.
And I think there's everything also in it. No?
Yes, those are three onenesses.
Yeah.
Ultimately, we can say there is an infinite one above, and there are infinite ones below. So each one below has to know itself as the infinite one. That's the paradox. So what I was thinking, today we are focusing largely on metaphysics. Tomorrow we'll focus on practice. So I'm reading, not continuously, but I'm reading those passages which pertain to this infrastructure that we're talking about. That's why I started with the first paragraph of the Mother. There are two powers that alone can effect in their conjunction the great and difficult thing. So we looked at what are the two powers and what is the great and difficult thing. The great and difficult thing is this achievement of the condition where radical unity and radical infinity can meet. And that is outside of our cosmic condition. And therefore it requires a call to the supreme grace, not any grace, not an overmental grace or a cosmic grace or a grace of some God, a grace to a God without name, a God who hasn't yet taken form. A transcendental wisdom God. That is the Supermind.
Excuse me. This, when you were talking about the sacrifice of the Purusha, could you summarize once more what you exactly meant? Because Mother is speaking in this text of the sacrifice of the Mother.
Right. In this, he is going to talk about sacrifice of the Mother as well.
Yes, that is, here it is said that this is called sometimes the
Holocaust of the Purusha, but it is much more the Holocaust of the Divine Mother.
Yes.
So I will come to that. I'll just touch on it now, but that will be part of the reading. Remember, we said for a systematic answer to the question, who am I? Consciousness has to make itself into a gradation. That making of itself into a gradation from a supreme consciousness to a supreme unconsciousness is the Holocaust of the Divine Mother. She gives her body as the medium in which the divine will express its evolution. And the divine comes into that as the seed that will blossom into the evolutionary becoming. So the sacrifice of the Divine Mother precedes the sacrifice of the Purusha. This is what it means. We'll come to that again. We'll come to that when we read that. So this is the first part. And now I'm going to jump to chapter 2. In chapter 2, you will see it begins with a metaphysical paragraph, which now you will see is explained by what we have been discussing. In all that is done in the universe, the divine, through his Shakti, is behind all action, but he is veiled by his Yoga Maya and works through the ego of the Jiva and the lower nature. So this is a really quite a packed statement that is drawing on the entire Indian yogic tradition. So the terminology is clearly a terminology that is drawing from not only Veda and Vedanta but the later Tantric understanding of reality in terms of Ishvara and Shakti. Purusha and Shakti, or Ishvara and Shakti. In all that is done in the universe, the divine through his Shakti is behind all action. So this is what you are talking about. Consciousness can exteriorize itself from conscious being, can become an active power, and becoming an active power can draw being into manifestation. The way in which it will look at being, being will become. And it will look at being in a variety of ways, but it can look at being in a systematic way that causes a systematic evolution to occur. So, whose becoming is it? It is the becoming of being. And the becoming of being is mediated by the consciousness of being. This consciousness is Shakti. The being is Purusha. Now you can read this and see exactly what it is saying. Or the being is the divine. In all that is done in the universe, the divine through his Shakti, because it is the consciousness of the divine that has become the relational factor that is bringing the divine into manifestation. The divine through his Shakti is behind all action. The action, there is one action which is the instantaneous self-comprehension of the divine through the consciousness, the infinite velocity of the consciousness. That infinite self-comprehension is another way of talking about the supermind. It is Vijnana. That's where the word Vijnana is used for. But it is also slowing itself down into a gradation of consciousness. And that becoming a gradation of consciousness causes this question to be repeated again at a variety of speeds. We use the word speed in a philosophical manner, somewhat as Bergson would have used the word duration. There are a variety of durations. The continuity of the intensity of consciousness with which the manifestation of questions is taking place in the universe. And so this entire universe is filled with one action. That action is the action of Shakti calling the divine to manifest in a certain form, in everything. And the divine is manifested. So that action, behind that action is the divine. Mediating that action is the consciousness of the divine, the Shakti. So he is veiled by his Yoga Maya. Remember we were talking about the fact that there is a kind of pressure, a gap between the infinite one and the infinite ones. Try as we might, we don't find it easy to become the infinite one. Something stops us. What stops us? It is the consciousness that has created this gradation and stops the emergence of the ladder into the absolute. And so this is done by an act of tapas, an act of concentration. Yoga Shakti, the divine life is Yoga Maya. Yoga Maya is the trick or the creative power by which this division is maintained. This division between the Vidya and the Avidya. So that it is maintained by a certain concentration of consciousness. And so we can't see that it is the divine who is acting in all the things that are acting, but take ourselves as the actors. Each of us has a sense of separate action. But behind that separate action, the divine is acting. So, the separate action is important. It is important. Why is it maintained? It is maintained because of exactly that preservation of plurality. The very truth of avidya, as the Isha Upanishad points out, the truth of avidya is the plurality. The truth of vidya is the oneness. The truth of avidya is the plurality. We have not to obliterate the plurality. We have to know the unity and the plurality at once, knowing the two as one. So that is exactly the reason why the Yoga Maya maintains the diversified universe. We have to experience unity in diversity, inside ourselves and among ourselves. So that is the divine action that is veiled by his Yoga Maya and works through the ego of the Jiva and the lower nature. The Jiva is the creature. Each creature feels that it is its own universe, the center of its own universe. And so, maintaining the difference. The mother has said about the avidya, our creation, that there are two, she uses the term, very interesting properties of the divine that are at the center of our creation. These two properties are freedom and joy. Freedom and joy. Freedom, because though Sri Aurobindo is pointing out there is no real freedom, we are bound in a secret oneness, in a cosmic exchange system. But at the same time, we seem to have an illusion of freedom that gives us joy. From where is that freedom coming? It is granted by the freedom of the divine. The freedom of the divine is experienced by us even at our ego level. As we become conscious of the fact that the ego is not free, it is bound, we don't lose our sense of freedom. We find the true freedom within. The freedom that has been borrowed by the ego yields to the freedom of the divine that is within us. Because this is the reason Mother is saying this is one of the most interesting properties. Because each individual has got as much freedom as the transcendent, not as the cosmic. We can exceed the cosmos. Each individual can ultimately go beyond the cosmos and reconstitute the cosmos. This is the whole meaning of the great and difficult work which is the goal of our endeavor. Sadhana, to ultimately transform the cosmic laws. The laws of nature can be transformed. Sri Aurobindo said in one place, it is not a revolution against the British crown that I am involved in, which anybody could do. It is a revolution against the entire economy of cosmic nature.
Cosmic?
Nature.
I have a question to this because I was very touched when I recently read it that when Mother said the freedom joy, but she said also that was the two qualities for the first creation. How do you understand that he said first creation is still the essence of the baby?
It is still the essence of this creation. Freedom and joy are the essence of this creation.
Because also when you have joy, you are in freedom, you are in a wide space. Yeah?
Actually, freedom and joy are very closely connected. That's why Sri Aurobindo is saying that Anantam and Anandam are actually one. In the Satchit Ananda and Satyam Jnanam Anantam are object and subject of the same thing. Why? Because infinity is the subjective condition of experiencing infinity is pure bliss. Bliss is the subjectivity of infinity. What is bliss? Bliss is the sense of absolute freedom.
Joy and freedom are exclusive to each other or combined?
They can be exclusive, but actually they are one. They are exclusive, they are separated in our experience, but they are very closely related and are eventually one.
So you say one cannot happen without the other?
No, they can happen without the other, but they are closely connected to each other. Say for example, bliss, whenever you feel some kind of great happiness, it comes with a sense of breaking boundaries. There's something that you've entered into which is the breaking of a prison. Some kind of limit condition is broken. We experience a euphoria of bliss. So consider the limit condition of that there are no walls. There is infinity added up to you. Your subjective condition is pure bliss.
It is a feeling of breaking, something is breaking, breaking of a barrier, of a limit, of a boundary.
Right. Mother says in another way, she says, whenever we learn something new, we experience great bliss. Because exactly our ignorance was overcome, exceeded. We experience bliss. Any limit that is broken is an experience of bliss.
But this joy is not the ananda of the future, of the supermind.
Yeah.
Is this the same ananda?
Yeah, supramental ananda, supermind is part of the infinite. And so it brings with it the bliss of the infinite. Satchit Ananda, that Ananda plane is experienced as supermind, through supermind, for supramental bliss. So I read on, in yoga also it is the divine who is the sadhaka and the sadhana. So he is making us conscious of the fact that this process is not a process initiated by us. Just like in that mother's prayer we were reading, she's saying the aspiration is not an individual aspiration. The aspiration is of that as it is. In other words, this movement of aspiration and grace, the fixed and unfailing aspiration from below, and the supreme grace from above that answers, at our ego level, we feel that we are doing the aspiration. But ultimately, the aspiration is being done in us by the divine. That fixed and unfailing aspiration from below is an automatic action of the evolving universe. It is a law. It is the law of the universe. And we experience ourselves as actors in that law, but the more conscious we become, the more we realize that it is happening on its own. It is we only stand in its way. We slow down its action.
Is not the aspiration the expression of the psychic?
It is the expression. The psychic is the divine within us. So really, it is the divine who is doing the aspiration. The divine who is answering the aspiration. That's why in that chart, Brahmarpanam chant, that's what it is saying. Brahmanahuta. Brahmanahuta. Brahman is the sacrifice, but Brahman is the goal. Brahman is the fruit.
Would you, if I may join this question here in this context regarding the psychic, would you also say that, could it be said that since Mother and Shiva and Hindu have left the body, the psychic as a individual and collective presence has grown and come more forward. It's not anymore somewhere hidden in us, but actually it has come forward. It has grown, it is manifesting, it's perhaps even extending our physical form. Would it be something you...
It is possible. I am not so conscious of that. I don't know. I can't give you an answer to that. I can only say that the psychic is something which is the deepest, innermost soul. What you are talking about, I'm thinking as I'm trying to answer you. See, the psychic also, there is first the psychic is hidden from us. Then the psychic becomes an influence on the nature. Then the psychic becomes a presence in the nature. When it becomes a presence in the nature starts becoming psychicized. As the nature psychicizes, a psychic personality develops. The psychic being is already a psychic personality, but it grows. It not only influences but takes over part of the personality. Finally, it comes to the front and becomes the leader of the yoga. This is the psychic transformation. So, it is possible that what you are saying is that the influence on the psychic on some of the vital parts, etc., has increased. This is the most difficult conditions ever in human history right now. Conditions that may lead to our extinction very soon. Yeah. So it is not easy to see that what you are talking about. However, that doesn't mean it is not true. It's possible that even these conditions are part of the action of that force. But I wouldn't like to pass speculation on that.
Maybe I can tell something. For me, it became very clearly half a year ago or so that often the thinking of psychic being is like from thinking from other worlds, also what I get, something fixed also. And I experience this vastness, this wideness, and in this wideness is something I know. It is.
Could be at different levels.
Yeah. And it's much more harmonious, and then this mental restriction and looking for it.
So even to practice yoga, is there
multiple yogas, there are multiple goals to yoga. So there is no one yoga, there is no one experience to yoga. However, if your question is about all those people who practice the integral yoga, that is one yoga. But that yoga also has multiple forms. And the kind of experience individuals will have will be expressed to themselves in its own way. There is no language for it that is common. They may find a common language for it, but that is a matter of consensus. It's only when communities of practice develop tools for communicating their collective experiences that such a thing can be produced. In yoga also it is the divine who is the sadhaka and the sadhana. It is this Shakti with the light, power, knowledge, consciousness, ananda, acting upon the adhara, and when it is open to her, pouring into it with these divine forces that makes the sadhana possible. So now we are getting a slightly different formulation, a formulation closer to what we were reading in the prayers of the mother. Here he is not even talking about the aspiration from below. He is saying that the Shakti of the divine is actually preparing us. It is preparing us. It is acting on us. It is acting on us inside and outside. For those who take one step towards it, it starts acting even stronger. This is the whole premise of the Gita, that there is a reciprocity of action. If you surrender to the divine will start acting, becoming an active force in your life. The divine is already there, but it is only when we take the step that we are moving towards the journey that will receive the response. And so that response is preparing us. Even before we take the step, it's preparing us. And once one is ready, it opens the doors. This is how he is putting it. The adhara is the vessel, acting upon the adhara, and when it is open to her, this is a conscious thing. She is acting even before we open to her. But at a certain point, we become conscious and open to her. We make the surrender. We become aware of the fact that we are being called to surrender. Then she can act more powerfully. So when that happens, when it is open to her, pouring into it with these divine forces that makes the sadhana possible. The sadhana is not even possible without the help of that supramental force, because we don't know where to go. It is, the call from below, the Superman making from below can only produce approximations of the Superman. It can't produce the Superman, because it is blindness that is leading us towards a perfect form. The perfect form doesn't arise by miracle. It can only arise by miracle if a miraculous power causes it to blossom. Before that, just like all our other machines, we can create approximates of a perfect form. But when that acts, then the sadhana is made possible. That makes it possible. This is another interesting thing and important thing to realize in Sri Aurobindo's part. That again, when we talk about a spiritual space, a spiritual community that is resting on the integral yoga, recognizes the fact that a power beyond the human is necessary for the sadhana. The power of the human cannot lead us to the sadhana. We can go to approximates, but at some point we have to invoke a power beyond the human. That's why we have to be willing servitors of the divine consciousness. And we cannot do this.
Also, when I'm reading a little bit in the secret of the Veda and so on, I think it was always in the Veda in it. To progress for higher, you have to aspire for the support from Agni, from the Indra and all this to go forward. Otherwise you cannot go.
That's right. And those are the gods, Indra, Agni, etc. That entire, that's what we were reading from Sri Auroville, the system of the gods that can help us are all ultimately the one divine. That is, in the Veda, it is Aditi. In the Veda, Aditi, the mother of the gods, is the one who has become all the gods. See? They are representing her. Similarly, in the Gita, Krishna is saying, you can sacrifice to any god you want, it will ultimately come to me, which is the Supreme Transcendent. And so, the Supreme Transcendent is the power that, it may come through others, but that is the power that is in it.
For me, the understanding was interesting, that was always there, it was always the same process there in the brain.
So the yoga, the effort is actually not lead to the goal, but that would mean yoga is not leading to the goal. It is only a means for self-purification. And in contrast to that, could one say that jnana is the one way to lead us, lead us more easily to.
No, all of her, including jnana,
the flash of understanding,
aspiration, all these things are made possible by the divine force. And so whatever it is that we are using is good, but it has to exceed its human capacity at some point. And that exceeding is given to us by a higher force. You see? So at some point the effort has to surpass itself by the action of a divine force.
But is that not even more in jnana, in the process of jnana?
Not necessarily. It can be through works, it can be through love, it can be through jnana.
That second of ultimate understanding which will break the...
it can come in all ways. In this text, that's why I think this text is so central to Auroville. In this text, Sri Aurobindo is talking of work as the way to achieve the entire transformation. That work. Chapter 5, we'll look at it tomorrow. Work is the sufficient yoga for the Supreme Mother to give us the total supramental transformation. And that is basically one way. In the Sapta Chatushta, there can be many ways. But I think Sri Aurobindo saw that we are in a special time right now where it is really important to transform matter. To transform matter, you have to work. You work on yourself and you have to work on your environment. And that's why that becomes the center of the yoga. But then he says, this is one of the central things in the whole book. But so long as the lower nature is active, the personal effort of the sadhaka remains necessary. We have to put in the ego, so long as the ego is there, we have to put in personal effort. But that will bring us to a point where the ego dissolves and we see that the divine is working inside us. Even before the ego dissolves, one can become conscious of the fact that a higher power is working in us. The ego thinks it's working, something else is becoming. I'm reading chapter 2. I was reading from chapter 2. And I continue, I'm going to jump. Tomorrow we are going to go back to the parts we didn't read. But I'm going to jump to the last part of chapter 2. In proportion as the surrender and self-consecration progress, the sadhaka becomes conscious of the divine Shakti doing the sadhana. The personal effort
Chapter 3?
Huh?
Chapter 3?
No, chapter 2,
Chapter
last
2,
part.
the end. Okay.
In proportion as the surrender and self-consecration progress, the sadhaka becomes conscious of the divine Shakti doing the sadhana, pouring into him more and more of herself, founding in him the freedom and perfection of the divine nature. And this, at this point, it is important to go back to the Sapta Chatushtaya, to the 7 quartets, and to see what are the siddhis of the Shakti Chatushtaya. Because what is happening is that each one of these Chatushtayas has got 4 goals. And any one of them can become the center of the sadhana, depending on who you are, what you are doing, etc. Sri Aurobindo is privileging the Shakti Chatushtaya because it is around sacrifice or surrender to the mother. The mother is being put at the center partly because there is an embodiment of the Divine Mother. This is the reason Sri Aurobindo is putting the Shakti Chatushtaya at the center of the whole sadhana. Now, if we accept Mira Alfasa as the embodiment of the Divine Mother, as the Shakti avatar, then this becomes particularly important. But if we don't, still it becomes important because, as I said, the Divine Shakti is the force that transforms. And if we have a goal which is not merely the goal of experience, but the goal of transformation, then it is the consciousness force, Chit Shakti of the Divine, that we have to call into us. We have to realize oneness with the conscious force, not only with the presence. And that's the reason why surrender to the mother is important in this yoga. So he's saying over here that as we make that surrender, we will feel more and more that the mother is the force that is working inside us. And only she is working inside us. This brings us in a way, that's what I was saying, to what are the 4 goals of the Shakti Chatushtaya. The 4 goals are Virya, Shakti, Chandi Bhava, and what is the 4th?
Daitya Prakriti.
No. Daitya Prakriti is also Chandi Bhava synonym. Virya, Shakti, Chandi Bhava, and Shraddha. Shraddha. Now, Virya, the word comes from the word Veera. Veera literally means hero. Virya could be translated the heroic, or the heroism. Virya. The word is, each one of these words is much deeper than its obvious meaning. Vira is also related in Latin to the word virtu, from which comes the word virtue. The word virtue doesn't just mean something moral. The word virtue also means the heroic in a spiritual sense. The expression of heroic qualities, expression of divine qualities. So, Virya, by Virya Sri Aurobindo means soul force. And the chapter in Synthesis of Yoga where we talk about this is called Soul Force and the Fourfold Personality. This chapter is going to map into chapter 6 of this book, which we look at. The second one is Shakti. Shakti means the force of consciousness that is running through us. What are the kinds of force of consciousness in us? They are usually seen by Sri Aurobindo in terms of mind, life and body. So there is mental Shakti, vital Shakti and physical Shakti. They also relate to Tantra, particularly to Kashmir Shaivism, Tantra of Kashmir Shaivism, which sees three kinds of Shakti: Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, and Kriya Shakti. Ichha Shakti is the vital and even one may say psychic force. Jnana Shakti is mind force, and Kriya Shakti is the force of the body, skills. See? So these are three kinds of Shakti. The Shakti is manifest inside us in these three ways. So what he's saying is, let us meditate on the energies that are driving us. Those energies don't belong to us. They are the Divine Mother's energies. Let us get a clear sense that the Divine Mother is working in our minds, is working in our hearts, is working through our vitals, is working through our bodies. The more we can increase that sense, the more we feel that she is the one who is inhabiting us with our force, with her forces. Her forces are flowing through our thoughts. Her forces are flowing through our emotions, through our will, and through our body. This is behind what he's saying over here. And this is going to come out even more clearly in chapter 5. But what he's saying, in proportion as the surrender and the self-consecration progress, the sadhaka becomes conscious of the divine Shakti doing the sadhana, pouring into him more and more of herself, founding in him the freedom and perfection of the divine nature. As we feel that the divine Shakti is acting through our mind, vital and physical, we are going to feel more and more that our nature is transforming by her power into her nature. And as that completes itself more and more, we are going to be possessed by the Divine Mother. This is the third siddhi, Chandi Bhava. Chandi Bhava, or Daivi Prakriti, means to be possessed by Chandi, the Divine Mother. So that's why he's saying the more this conscious process replaces his own effort, the more rapid and true becomes his progress. But it cannot completely replace the necessity of personal effort until the surrender and consecration are pure and complete from top to bottom. This is what he says is the founding in him the freedom and perfection of the divine nature. So that is the Chandi Bhava, and the whole book is really making it clear that it is the purity of the sacrifice that is the condition of the complete transforming energy of the Divine Mother possessing the sadhaka. The fourfold personality, which is related to Virya. He has a chapter after that called the Divine Shakti, which is, the next chapter is called, probably the Divine Shakti. It is related to Shakti, these three Shaktis, how to purify them and consecrate them. The third one is, I think, called the Divine Shakti. Let's see, I'll tell you what there. Soul force and the fourfold personality, the Divine Shakti, the action of the Divine Shakti. So the action of the divine Shakti is really the Shakti. The divine Shakti is Chandi Bhava, which means a possession by the Shakti. And faith and Shakti. Faith and Shakti is about Shraddha. Shraddha, so this is where he's saying essentially that the more we become aware that the Shakti is that which is driving us, the more our faith in her increases. We become dependent on her. And our dependence is the call from below. We ask her for everything. Anything that we do, we call on that. And that comes into us. So this relationship, it is not a possession where we lose our personality. It's a possession which is an intimate and loving relationship with the Divine Mother that becomes so complete that at every moment there is the blissful union of relationship in every part of the being.
And you know that to Mother's birthday, 280, last year, there is a wonderful prayer from Sri Auroville where you can every day do this connection. You know this?
No, you have it?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, read it, tell us.
Sri Auroville text is from Sri Auroville. Mother, be with me now and always. Envelope me with your presence. Grace and purify me with your touch. Inhabit me with your living image. Mother, transform all dullness and darkness into a bright and perfect face. Mother, transform all restlessness and agitation into inviolable calm and peace. Mother, transform all attachments into a deep and stainless purity. Mother, liberate and change me. Perfect your child. You can load it down.
That would be nice.
When is this?
That is a Mother's birthday message 2018. From the ashram, the message. I pray for you.
I think we can take a break since it's also the electricity has gone off, and I think the purpose was saying there will be some, it's 3 o'clock now, and some tea or something, and we'll come back in about 20-25 minutes. There is a kind of meditation which consists in being as quiet as one can, but without trying to stop all thoughts. For there are thoughts which are purely mechanical, and if you try to stop these, you will need years. And moreover, you will not be sure of the result. Instead of that, you gather together all your consciousness and remain as quiet and peaceful as possible. You detach yourself from external things as though they do not interest you at all. And all of a sudden, you brighten the flame of aspiration, thinking of nothing else. Simply an aspiration which mounts, without thinking a minute of the result, of what may happen, and especially of what may not, and above all, without desiring that something may come. Simply the joy of an aspiration, which mounts and mounts and mounts, intensifying itself more and more in a constant concentration. And there I may assure you that what happens is the best that can happen. That is, It is the maximum of your possibilities which is realized when you do this. These possibilities may be very different according to individuals. But then all these worries about trying to be that vastness, trying to be all that, vanishes like an unreal vapor. And if you succeed in living consciously in this plane, in this column of mounting aspiration, you will see that even if you do not have an immediate result, after a time, something will happen. We can return to our surface consciousness. I started with this meditation partly because it pertains to what we study about the two movements, the movement of aspiration and the descent of grace. We also read some passages where the mother is talking about the descent. Shiva is also talking about the action of the mother Shakti preparing the Adhara, the vessel, which is actually taking place due to a conscious or unconscious descent. We open ourselves and something is descending. But the other side of it is the aspiration. And one may say that if we have an active part, that is really the aspiration. There is an interesting conversation between Niruparan and Sri Auroville, where he asks him, how can you simplify this yoga into something practical? And Sri Auroille replies, just as he does over here, the aspiration and the grace. Niruddha says, but we have no part in the grace. Isn't the aspiration enough? And Sri Auroille replies, yes, the other will come. So really speaking, from a certain point of view, if we know how to gather ourselves, and this gathering is contentless. there isn't any specific idea of thought. You are not looking for something particular. You are trying to gather whoever and whatever you are into a single, intense, upward mounting flame. And you are offering it to whatever you can consider the supreme. In other words, there isn't a single object or God to whom you are offering your aspiration. You are offering it vertically to the transcendent. You are following that vertical axis to the supreme height, the invisible height, which hasn't yet manifested. We are saying, "Oh Supreme, please accept my aspiration." And then whatever comes, comes. So in this yoga, as you know, the Matri Mandir, the mother has called it a place of concentration. And the mother has made a distinction between static and dynamic meditation. Concentration is dynamic meditation. It is what we just did. The static meditation is what many schools teach, which is really about watching the thoughts. You make yourself quiet and you watch the thoughts. The mother says that that is good, but there is no transformation in that. It is not really something that is going to transform us. Instead, a dynamic meditation is, that's why she starts by saying, don't bother about stopping all your thoughts. You spend your whole life trying to stop thoughts. At another place, she says, best meditation is austerity of speech. Don't worry about stopping all your thoughts, try to control your speech. So this is, in a way, the mother's practical Shakti way of getting us to the same goal as the Vedantic ways do by focusing on the mind. Here the idea is that the dynamic consciousness is calling on something supreme to change us. And that change brings quiet, it brings peace, it brings an active change of consciousness that gives you the things that otherwise you are spending a lot of time using individual effort to achieve. This is the reliance on the divine consciousness. So with that, I think we can begin with the chapter 6. And what I propose is that we go around reading 2 paragraphs at a time. So as I said last time, today we are focusing on the metaphysical background. We'll do as much as we can of chapter 6. And then tomorrow we'll complete chapter 6 and look at the more practical passages that we have left behind. I said dynamic meditation is a meditation which aims at transforming the nature. And so the static meditation is meditation where you just watch your thoughts. You are static and you are trying to become more static. Here you are gathering your energies, your Shakti, and aspiring, making a movement upwards. And so there is movement going on inside you, but it is a focused and concentrated movement. That's why it is also concentration.
Does the book explain the way to do the dynamic meditation?
Well, it's what I just read to you. That is the way to do it. And the mother has, sort of spoken about Matri Mandir as a place that helps that process. It's a place for concentration. So it has the kind of atmosphere that helps you to gather yourself and concentrate, intensify your offering. It's an inner movement. Just like you can watch your thoughts, you can also gather yourself and offer yourself. So that is the... So, would you like to begin us off? We go like this. Just read the first paragraph is long, so read the first paragraph. And then
6.
Chapter 6. With a small book, it is page 27.
The four powers of the mother are four of her outer personalities, portions, and embodiment of the divinity with whom she acts on her creatures, orders, and harmonizes her creations in the world, and directs the working out of the thousand forces. For the mother is one, but she comes before us with differing aspects. Many are her powers and personalities, many her emanations and unities that do her work in the universe. The one whom we adore as a mother is the divine conscious force that dominates all existence, one and yet so many-sided that to follow her movement is impossible even for the quickest mind and for the freest and most vast intelligence. The mother is the consciousness and force of the Supreme, and far above all she creates. But something of the ways can be seen and felt through her embodiments, and the more sizable because more defined and limited temperament and action of the goddess forms in whom she comes then to be manifest to the creatures.
So we find that Sri Aurobindo begins by talking about the emanations and personalities of the mother, and four of her most powerful emanations and personalities. So these are what he will later call the cosmic Mahashaktis. In other words, in the cosmos, as we saw, it is force or consciousness force that is manifesting the divine. So this force is everywhere. As I said, there are two ways in which one can experience oneness. One is in substance, the other is in force. In substance, one experiences that one substance has become all things. That one substance is the divine being. And in force, one feels that one force is active in all things. The same force has got a variety of specializations. But all the specializations are ultimately one force. So that force is the Shakti. Again, Sri Aurobindo is using some of the Indian terminology here, Tantric terminology. And there's another way in which this is looked at in Tantra. There the goddess is called Devi. Devi, the single word Devi, stands for the goddess in the Devi Mahatmya, for example, which is one of the most important Tantric texts. Devi stands for, its literal translation is goddess. So she is the single goddess who can emanate innumerable goddesses. And these goddesses have different powers, personalities, different kinds of specialized forces. But we have to see that, as we can see that we talked about mental force, vital force, and physical force. They're qualitatively very different. But each of these qualitatively different forces belongs to the same Devi. They are names and forms of the same Devi. So this is enjoined by Tantra because they want us to ultimately reduce everything to the one divine Shakti, one divine consciousness. And that is the one that Sri Aurobindo is calling the mother. In the Vedic tradition, she is called Aditi. In the Tantric tradition, she is called Shakti or Devi. And in both cases, she is also considered the Divine Mother. So this is the reason why the idea of thinking about all the forces in the world, whether they are occurring inside us or in other things, are all specialized aspects of the one Mother. Becomes a discipline. We can practice it. We can try to think about it, put our focus on it. And here he is talking about four major aspects. So in other words, this is an emanation system that the Supreme Divine Mother has four four cosmic powers that really undergird the entire cosmic action. Out of that come many other forces. This leads to Mother's symbol, which is a symbol that has a central circle, four petals coming out of that circle, which are these four Mahashaktis, and then 12 which comes out of that system of four, which are subsidiary Mahashaktis. So, and then there can be emanation to even more that are not mentioned. They are smaller ones. So in Tantric systems, we find that both in Tantric Buddhism as well as in Hindu Tantra, there is often a discipline called Nyasa. Nyasa consists in actually concentrating on different parts of the body, and in every part, every nail, every separate limb of the body, seeing and establishing a goddess. So you end up with a body full of goddesses. They are all specializations of the one goddess. Here we don't do that necessarily, but we are doing something like that. Yes.
Talking about Buddhist.
Both.
Buddhist Tantric.
Both Buddhist and Hindu Tantra. Both Shakta Tantra and Bauddha Tantra. So here, the other really interesting thing is where he says, for the mother is one, but she comes before us with differing aspects. Many are her powers and personalities, many her emanations and vibhutis. So this term vibhuti means divine becoming. In other words, they are not incarnations but personalities. And Sri Aurobindo would say that anybody in whom an extraordinary capacity is manifesting is a vibhuti of the Divine Mother. Because a kind of consciousness, specialization of consciousness is expressing some divinity in that person. But not necessarily an avatar of the Divine Mother. Avatar of the Divine Mother is when it is an incarnation, embodiment. The fullness of the Divine Shakti is expressed.
So when Mira had been an avatar of Shakti?
Yeah, according to Sri Aurobindo, Mira Alfasa was an avatar of Divine Shakti. So, many other emanations that do her work in the universe. Now when the next sentence is really powerful and important, the one whom we adore as the mother is the divine conscious force. We talked about this, how the force of consciousness force, Chit, Shakti, is what is being called the Divine Mother. The one whom we adore as the Mother is the divine conscious force that dominates all existence. The term is very powerful. Dominates all existence. In other words, her power aspect is really being privileged. And here one has to understand one thing. The integral yoga, in a way, is all about power. Power not understood in a lower sense. It is about the power of challenging all limitations, challenging even the conditions of the cosmos, and finding some power that can overcome every deficiency. This is what makes it primarily Tantric. Just like Nietzsche said that the will to power is the primary drive of reality itself, of the cosmos. We can say the same thing about the integral yoga. The will to power means if anything is standing in your way, we don't accept it. We say, is there a power greater than it? And can we find that power in ourselves? This is the reason why we are looking for a Shakti that can dominate all existence. That's the reason why it is the will to power. Ultimately, it is the evolutionary force that will manifest something which has never been manifest before. The power that can change the laws of the universe. And then, one and yet so many-sided that to follow her movement is impossible, even for the quickest mind and for the freest and most vast intelligence. This is very important, and it also has a very powerful practical aspect to it. That has to do with sadhana. Normally when we talk about sadhana, we try to control our sadhana. Sadhana is thought of as something in which we develop routines or habits of practice. I will meditate from this time to this time, I will do asanas from this time to this time, I will do some karma from this time to this time, etc. It's a mentally created framework. And we are asking, so to say, it is as if the divine is going to come and enter into every box that we create for the divine. But the divine's movement is unpredictable. And that's the point he's making here. The divine is one and many-sided. In the case of the Karma Yoga of the Gita, Sri Auroville makes a very interesting point about Nishkam Karma, desireless works. He's saying that one has to offer the fruit of the work to the divine and then start the work. Why? There is a reason one does that for the result. The result is this. The result is not what you get as the result of the work. The result is, by offering the fruit, you reduce your investment. It's not your, what happens is not yours. The more you do that, the more you begin erasing your ego. This is one way by which the ego gradually disappears. And then you start seeing there is only one worker in the world. It is Shakti. One force is working in all beings. We are not in a position to see that so long as we are determining our own goals. But if we can offer the goal to the divine and take a back seat, do the work, and say, I don't care what the result is, I do put all my intensity into the work, we gradually start becoming aware of a force that is at work in us and in the world, which is the same. Here he brings in the other reason for doing Nishkam Karma. He says, we can only see our own motives. I can see with my limited understanding, even if I'm very altruistic, that doing a certain thing will bring some good result. But how do I know whether in the economy of the whole cosmos, my action as a success is what the divine wants or as a failure? Perhaps if I fail, it will yield some unforeseen result, which is exactly what supports the divine's will in the world at this point. So if I take out my investment, I am actually giving the divine the chance of achieving what is necessary. My failure may also be the success. That's what he is partly saying over here. Don't try to predict the movements of the mother. Don't try to bind her in your routines. In this yoga, there is the idea of all life being yoga has two meanings. One is that in any case, there is an unconscious or conscious yoga going on. We explored that. But the other meaning is make all life into yoga. And you do that by making a central surrender. In other words, not by saying, okay, this time I will do this, that time I will do that, etc. You say, I don't know what you want now and what you want. I can't guess. So I offer myself to you, you bring me the circumstances. It's 24/7. There is no time for yoga. Everything is yoga. Every moment is yoga. Because the many-sided action of the mother is creating the circumstances for you to practice. So that is this part, that don't try to predict who she is. Your mind will not be able to grasp it. It's a supramental action.
doesn't it take us towards something like destiny where mother wants the world to go one side? So you just let everything happen and flow the way it is?
No. The mother is acting inside you and outside you. So outside you, you're surrendering to whatever happens, but whatever happens, you're also looking to her response, which doesn't mean you're accepting everything that is coming to you. You may be opposing it, but you purify your own response depending on your surrender to the mother, till you can see clearly what you need to do at that moment. You don't let things just flow. You act, but your action and the action of circumstances are both the mother. Should we read on?
There are three ways of being of the mother of which you can become aware when you enter into touch of oneness with the conscious force that upholds us and the universe. Transcendence, the original Supreme Shakti, stands above the worlds and links the creation to the ever unmanifest mystery of the Supreme. Universal, the cosmic Mahashakti, it creates all these beings and contains and enters, supports and conducts all these million processes and forces. Individual, she embodies the power of these two master ways of her existence, makes them living and dear to us, and mediates between the human personality and the divine nature.
So here, this relates to what we were just discussing, that there are three ways in which even oneness can be experienced. One is the oneness of the Supreme One. There is only one. And can we at some level experience that or be in contact with that? Another is the oneness of the all. There is a certain secret oneness that unites all, that I can experience that we are all in relation. Today we understand one aspect of that as the global consciousness, or even as the earth consciousness, because the interdependence of the world has become such that today this notion of the Shakti result or what impact it's having on the world ecology. Anything that we do is having an effect. That sense of oneness is one aspect of that secret oneness that unites all things. What he's saying over here is that it goes further than that. That there is a oneness that unites and contains all beings, all creatures, but enters into all beings, all creatures, and runs them. So we are, they use the term Jantro and Jontri. Yantra means machine or engine. We are machines or engines. Jantri is the one who runs the engine. She's the one who runs the engine, because the forces inside us are the forces of Shakti. We think that they are our forces, but this is another very beautiful meditation to sit quietly and experience the force that's in your mind, thought force, vital force, emotional force, physical force. And in each case, say to yourself, this belongs to the mother. This belongs to the mother. The more we do that, the more we start feeling that she flows into us and she purifies these energies and makes them into her energies. They are already her energies, but she takes the ego away from those. We start experiencing something of her force in all these forces. That's why he's saying she creates all these beings and contains and enters, supports and conducts all these million processes and forces. And then she is each individual. individual, she embodies the power of these two vaster ways of her existence. So, in a way, every individual is partly transcendent, partly cosmic, and partly unique individual. Some individuals, as I said, can express more quanta of that creative force, and they become the vibhutis. And then some individuals can actually embody the totality of the Devi, the Shakti. That those individuals are the avatars. But from the viewpoint of the yoga, all of us are supposed to actually fully embody the divine Shakti. That is the whole idea of Daivi Prakriti or Chandi. That she is the one who lives in us, individualizes herself in us.
The one original transcendental Shakti, the mother stands for all the worlds and gives in birth eternal consciousness to the supreme divine. Alone she harbors absolute power and an infigured presence, containing or calling the truths that have to be mentioned. She brings them down to the mystery in which they were hidden, into the light of her infinite consciousness, and gives them a form, a force in her omnipotent power, and her boundless light, and a body in the universe. The Supreme is manifest in her forever as the everlasting Sachi Vinanda, manifested through her in the worlds as the one and dual consciousness of Ishvara Shakti and dual principle of Purusha Prakriti, embodied by her in the worlds and the planes and the gods and the realities and figure because of her as that is in the world, in the known world, and in unknown others. All is her play with the Supreme. All is her manifestation of the mysteries of the eternal, the miracles of the infinite. All is she, for all are parcel and portion of the divine conscious force. Nothing can be here or elsewhere, but what she decides and the Supreme sanctions. Nothing can take shape except what she moves by the Supreme perceives and forms after casting it into the sea in a creative ananda.
So, here it is more as the original transcendent Shakti that Sri Aurobindo focuses in this paragraph. And the place of this aspect of the Divine Mother is really important because this is really what our aspiration is doing. Because if you remember, we are being called to invoke the Supreme Grace from above that answer. The Supreme Grace is the intercessor. This is also true in the Christian tradition, where the mother of God, Mary is called the Mother of God, and she is also called the Divine Intercessor because she intercedes on behalf of humanity with the higher realm, with the Father. So here we find, in fact, that the Father becomes the Son through the Mother, and the Divine Mother is that which we invoke because she contains in herself that which is unmanifest and can bring that as a creative force into the world. This is exactly why Sri Aurobindo is calling on the surrender to the Divine Mother at the supreme level. That which has not yet been manifest can be manifest only by invoking her. This is the reason for that. And that's the sense of this. Yes.
You have to be there. What she decides and Supreme sanction. Whether Supreme can get also.
That is, in a way you're right, but you see the thing is that this is the whole thing about the two in one. Because in the Supreme, as we were discussing, Supreme Being and the consciousness of the Supreme Being, that is actually calling on the Supreme Being to become. So, at that level, the two are one. And when we say the two, seem to be two different actions, that's only for the sake of relationship. And if you remember, when the mother talks about breaking the golden door for the Supermind, she has a phrase there. She says, I saw and willed at the same time that the time has come. Now what does that mean? I saw and willed at the same time. There is not just willing, there is also seeing. There is the two-in-one aspect. It is the sanction of the Supreme and the will of the Mother. Both are the same at that height. That's why knowledge and power in our case are two separate things, but they are one thing over there. So that's the reason why at the supramental height they are not two things, they are only two for relationship. One knows the other and the other wills that which is known. One sees and wills. So the other thing over here is, this is a very packed passage, and I'm not going to unpack it fully because part of this you have to read an entire chapter in the Life Divine called Brahman, Ishvara, Purusha, Maya, Prakriti, Shakti. There he is saying essentially that at the highest realm, Brahman and Maya are one. Then you find that they, for the sake of relationship, become two, Ishvara and Shakti. They stand above the cosmos. And this kind of action that I talked about takes place. That is, as if being and consciousness are in relationship through which becoming can take place. And the cosmos is born. In the cosmos, being enters into every individual. And the Divine Mother is Prakriti, that the circumstances of life. And this is how we experience it. We experience it like this, that all kinds of circumstances are influencing us. These are like bondages actually. We have many kinds of bondages. We are bound by the laws of the nation. We are bound by the laws of nature. We are bound by the laws of our environment, bound by the laws of our work. We are bound by the laws of our own nature. We are bound by the laws of cosmic mind, cosmic vital, cosmic physical. All these are bondages. This is how Prakriti comes to us. And our response to that, in its deepest sense, is the Purusha. Is the freedom of the divine in the individual. So we can see that there are three levels of working. One in which the two are one in which the one has become two for relationship, but are actually knowing each other's work, and the third in which the two have separated so that evolution can take place. One brings the circumstances through which the other can evolve. So those are the three kinds that we are seeing over here. That the mother is always two.
It speaks about the seed in this.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, is that our birthright? Are we born with that seed? Or does the seed come out of aspiration? Or the seed allows us to aspire?
We are born with a seed. But whatever seed is in us can exceed itself and call another seed. Through the power of aspiration, because we can use whatever the cosmos has given us, the seed that we are, to come to unity with that which has given the seed and call down something new. That is it.
My aspiration here, would you just define it as you define aspiration in English, or do you need something else?
Okay, so how would you define aspiration in English?
Desire?
Yeah, no, it is something different. So aspiration, sometimes we think of aspiration as ambition, right? I aspire to become a chief officer in a company, right? This is not that kind of aspiration. It's not the aspiration to have, it's the aspiration to be. You can, we use the word aspiration in that sense, But that sense is here being reserved for desire. I desire to have this, I desire to have that, I desire to have something or the other which I will possess. But what will I become? I aspire to become peaceful. I aspire to become divine.
Some kind of personality, not personality, but more like personality.
Consciousness change of consciousness, change of nature. Yeah, change of nature. That would be aspiration. So the idea is that what kind of person are we? We are a person that is bound by our own habits. Can we exceed that and become something else? That would be the calling down of a Shakti that can change our conditions, our conditionings.
I'm right in the symbol of the mother, the quality of aspiration to see progress. It's like a condition to progress.
Can I ask you this?
Yes.
Could not theoretically the invocation of Shiva exactly for our dream also for personal transformation? Could that not be done as well?
Invocation of Shiva?
Yeah.
So usually in the Shiva traditions, Shiva is invoked to become free. Freedom, liberation. Yeah. Liberation is the goal of Shiva. Yes. But transformation is not the goal of Shiva. This is very interesting because it also occurs in the mother's agenda, where she is talking about 1926 when Sri Auroville received the overmental descent. And she talks about it in terms of experiencing Shiva as a crimson gold Purusha who was walking with her. And she asked him to manifest. And he said, not now. And then he says, but I can give you whatever boon you want. She says, freedom from my ego. And she says, I started feeling that my cells started coming apart. The body started dissolving. And she went and told that to Sri Auroville. And he said, not yet. And immediately she came back into her own body. So Shiva is not a force for transformation. Shiva is a force for liberation. Shiva is a transcendent, but that's the reason why in the Puranic tradition he is considered a destroyer. He destroys the bondage and thereby liberates. But Shakti, that is Shiva's consort, can transform. So in Kashmir Shaivism, I don't know if I should go into this, it will be a little technical, but since you asked that term about Shiva, there are 3 zones. There's Para, Parapara and Apara. The Parapara zone has what are called the Kanchukas, the bondages, Kanchukas. Kanchuka is like a covering. So there are 6 coverings, like they are the instruments of Maya. They are like time, space, destiny, desire, raga, things like that. So now these are, in a way, they are all bondages for the people in the Apara realm. In our realm, they are all bondages. But for Shiva in the Para realm, they are ornaments. He can wear these. In other words, he is manifesting a world of concealment through these Kanchukas. And if he wants, he can remove the veil from your eyes and you will see it not as a bondage but as a Kanchuka. So Shiva can do that. That Shiva's power is to liberate but not to transform.
But if Shiva's power is to liberate, which I firmly believe, he is a destroyer and he can destroy the ego, I thought, as well as Shakti.
Yeah, he can destroy just like Shakti can destroy, but he cannot transform.
But once my ego is destroyed, and I already not inherently transformed.
No, that's not all there is to transformation.
Yeah.
Transformation is change of body. change of Shakti, change of the kind of energy that's inside you. Shiva brings liberation, Vishnu brings relationship, Shakti brings transformation.
And this transformation is designed by Shakti.
Shakti is...
And I don't know anything about it, about its feature or shape or its outcome.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The Shakti can transform you beyond whatever you know. Actually, what Shakti is transforming you into is a kind of Shiva. But that only Shakti can do, not Shiva. Shakti can make you a Shiva.
What do you mean by that?
By that I mean that from the viewpoint of Shiva philosophy, I'm talking about Kashmir Shaivism, which is monistic. Everything is Shiva. The same way in Vaishnava tradition, everything is Krishna. But we don't experience it like that. By the power of Shakti, we may be able to experience it like that. We become Krishna or we become Shiva. Shiva is the one who dwells in us and transforms us into his likeness.
But here we are like in the cage of terminology, because we are becoming, we become the divine.
Yes, right.
In which way is that different from Shiva, or what does it mean?
There's no difference. Okay. So you see, the thing is this, that at a certain level everything is one. But at the cosmic level, each one of these has a specific role and a specific power. So what we can talk about is that individually we are all drawn to one. That's the reason why there are so many. This is the idea of Swadharma and Swabhava. So everybody has their own Ishta Devata. Your Ishta Devata may draw you towards liberation, or it may draw you towards transformation. So you will gravitate towards that personality. That personality may then reveal some other aspect of itself. Shiva may reveal itself to be Ardhanarishvara. Shiva may reveal itself to be Shakti. Then you may have transformation. And maybe it's a little complex, this argument.
This is possible.
Huh?
This is possible.
Yes, yes.
Because it has to be possible.
Yes.
Because they are one.
Because they are one. I agree. So, but this is how it, each one has its role. It may express itself as something else, or it may reveal itself as something else, and then operate that function. This is happening in the Veda also. That's why there are so many gods being invoked in each hymn. And then they are sometimes saying, "Oh Agni, you are all of these."
Yes.
Agni can bring, "Oh Agni, a god, come here with all the gods." In other words, these Agni itself will transform into these gods who will then operate their force on you. From that point. Shall we read another?
The Mahashakti, the universal mother, works out whatever is transmitted by her transcendent consciousness from the Supreme and enters into the worlds that she has made. Her presence fills and supports them with the divine spirit and the divine all-sustaining force and delight, without which they could not exist. That which we call nature, Reflexivity, is only the most outward executive aspect. She marshals and arranges the harmony of her forces and processes, impels the operations of nature, and moves among them, secret or manifest, in all that can be seen or experienced, or put into motion of life. Each of the worlds is nothing but one play of the Mahashakti, of that system of worlds or universe, who is there as the cosmic soul and personality of the transcendent mother. Each is something that she has seen in her vision, gathered into the heart of beauty and power, and creating birth and Ananda.
So now Sri Aurobindo is talking about the cosmic Mahashakti. First he talked about the transcendent Mahashakti and her role. It isn't that she is without any role. The role is to bring the unmanifest into manifestation. And she is the one who missions the divine grace, the concepts. Now the cosmic Mahashakti is her action in the cosmos. And here is where we are talking about the range of consciousnesses, the gradation of consciousnesses. Each of these grades of consciousness is a universe in itself. So a grade of consciousness is a certain poise of the Shakti. And in that poise, there can be a manifestation of that kind of consciousness. And what is the nature of that manifestation? What beings will manifest there? What will be their relationship? What will be their kind of action? That is determined by her in each case. Now, in our world is an evolutionary world. So in our world also, she creates all the beings and marshals all the forces. Everything is her manifestation. But the difference from the other worlds in the evolutionary world is that here there is a play between Purusha and Prakriti. See? That is between the self of every individual and the circumstances of nature through which they go, there is a relationship. And according to that relationship, evolution is occurring. There is consciousness is unfolding its powers. There is not only an evolution of physical abilities, which is Darwinian evolution, but there is an evolution of consciousness, which is really the way by which the other worlds are being born in this world. We are manifesting powers of consciousness from the inconscient. So from that point of view, the mother is acting in a very special way in this particular world, the world of evolution.
But there are many planes of her creation, many steps of the
Mahashakti, the universal mother.
The Mahashakti, the universal mother, works out whatever is transmitted by her.
Sorry, you were reading the right. You are right. Sorry. I'm stuck in the old consciousness.
But there are many planes of her creation, many steps of the divine Shakti. At the summit of this manifestation of which we are, there are worlds of infinite existence, consciousness, force, and bliss, over which the Mother stands as the unveiled eternal power. All beings there live and move in an ineffable completeness and unalterable oneness, because she carries them safe in her arms forever. Nearer to us are the worlds of a perfect supramental creation, in which the Mother is the supramental Mahashakti, a power of divine omniscient will and omnipotent knowledge, always apparent in its unfading works and spontaneously perfect in every process. There are movements, all movements are the steps of the truth. There, all beings are souls and powers and bodies of the divine light. There are experiences are seas and floods and waves of an intense and absolute Ananda. But here, where we dwell, are the worlds of the ignorance, worlds of mind and life and body, separated in consciousness from their source, of which the earth is a significant center and its evolution a crucial process. This too, with all its obscurity and struggle and imperfection, is upheld by the universal mother. This too is impelled and guided to its secret aim by the Mahashakti.
So as you can see here, he's talking about that range of consciousness, the gradations of consciousness as the words. And here he is describing the two zones, the zones that are called the zone of knowledge and the zone of ignorance. The zone of knowledge is so called because everything is known by identity there. Why is Vidya called Vidya and Avidya called Avidya? Vidya is called Vidya or knowledge because everything is known directly. If one being is to know another being, they know another being by power of identity. I am, I know because I am. I know what is in that wooden box because by my consciousness I can become that. I can occupy that and know it as consciousness. But in the world of avidya, avidya means ignorance because all knowledge that we have is indirect knowledge. I cannot enter into that thing. I can only describe it from outside. I can measure it. I can tell you its properties. I can't tell you its consciousness. So, between these two words, there is a certain kind of line, which is the line by which the mother keeps the ignorant world ignorant and the world of knowledge remains what it is. These are the two words he's talking about. First, he's talking about three words of knowledge. Actually, he's talking about four there. The four are existence, consciousness, force, and bliss. You see over there? The first he's talking about. At the summit of this manifestation of which we are a part, there are words of infinite existence, consciousness, force, and bliss, over which the mother stands as the unveiled eternal power. So this is what in Sanskrit is called Sat Chit Ananda. Sat is existence, Chit is consciousness. Consciousness can actually be mobilized as conscious force, which is what we are talking about or calling the mother. That is called Chit Shakti. It can also be mobilized as consciousness of concentration, concentrated consciousness. By that concentration of consciousness, it can create barriers and remove barriers. So, for example, the Maya, which is created between the Vidya and Avidya, is an act of consciousness as concentration. And then there is Ananda or bliss. These constitute the words of oneness, as he says. They're qualitatively different, but the essential quality is oneness. That's why he's saying over there, all beings there live and move with an ineffable completeness and unalterable oneness, because she carries them safe in her arms forever. She reveals. Yeah.
Is this the plane that we go to after our mortal bodies perish? The soul goes into an eternal sleep.
That
in
eternal
the
sleep,
Divine Mother.
yeah, that happens in what Sri Aurobindo calls the world soul.
That is within this manifestation.
Yeah, it is within
Not
this
so far
manifestation.
beyond the supermind, and this is very far
Right.
higher than supermind.
Yeah, higher than Supermind. The lowest of these worlds is the Supermind. But if you look at Savitri, the chapter called, the canto called World Soul, you will see that that is where the souls go for what he calls the internatal sleep. Internatal sleep. That is an immanent zone of divinity. That is also a zone of oneness, but it is immanent in the earth. So, nearer to us are the words of a perfect supramental creation, in which the mother is the supramental Mahashakti, a power of divine omniscient will and omnipotent knowledge. The two are omniscient will and omnipotent knowledge. They're twin. Knowledge and power are twin. Both in terms of knowledge as power and power as knowledge. always apparent in its unfailing works and spontaneously perfect in every process. This is the supramental world. Then he's going to talk about the lower triple world of mind, life and body. Mind, life and matter. So there all movements are steps of the truth, etc. Then he's going to say, but here where we dwell are the worlds of the ignorance, worlds of mind and life and body, separated in consciousness from their source, of which this earth is a significant center and its evolution a crucial process. So the reason they're separated is for the sake of evolution. Because it isn't because the divine somehow threw us into a pit so that we may experience suffering. Somehow the divine is cruel. Sri Aurobindo says that in many explanations we don't know whether the divine is cruel or the divine is impotent. Why? Why? I mean, the divine can't save us. Or the divine is cruel to have thrown us into a pit. The answer he gives is that that's not the case. It's the divine that's going through this experience of ignorance so as to explore its own divinity. Which is, as I was saying, you start with a ground zero where you negate yourself so that you may systematically arrive at your own full possibilities. It's this exploration of evolving divinity that is the crucial prerogative of what we call avidya or ignorance. And so here the mother is giving us that experience.
One question I have to is Vidya, Satchitananda also, and the mother said also that she already was very near to the close in the subtle physical.
Yeah.
So is a separate word and manner also?
The subtle world. So the ignorance world, the world of ignorance is for transformation. But the world of ignorance itself has a subtle zone. In that subtle zone now, and this relates to that question that was being asked about Mother and Sri Aurobindo have died, but their power has increased. In the subtle world, there is a certain zone in which Sri Aurobindo has built a permanent residence for himself. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Mother, this is according to the mother. That is where this greater power will be emanating from, if that is the case. This too, with all its obscurity and struggle and imperfection, is upheld by the universal mother. This too is impelled and guided to its secret aim by the Mahashakti. She knows the destiny of this condition.
The mother, as the Mahashakti of this triple world of ignorance, stands in an intermediate plane between the supramental life, the truth life, the true creation which has to be brought down here, and this mounting and descending hierarchy of planes of consciousness, like a double ladder laps into the measurements of matter and climb back again through the flowering of life and soul and mind into the infinity of the spirit. Determining all that shall be in this universe and in the terrestrial evolution by what she sees and feels and pours from her. She stands there above the gods, and all the powers and personalities are put in front of her for the action, and she sends down emanations of them into these lower worlds to intervene, to govern, to battle and conquer, to lead and turn their cycles, to direct the total and the individual lines of their forces. These emanations are the many divine forms and personalities in which man have worshipped her under different names throughout the ages. But also she prepares and shapes through these powers and their emanations the minds and bodies of her vibhutis, even as she prepares and shapes minds and bodies for the vibhutis of the Ishvara, that she may manifest in the physical world and in the disguise of the human consciousness some ray of her power and quality and presence. All the scenes of the earthquake have been like a drama, arranged and planned and staged by her, with the cosmic gods for her assistance and herself as a veiled actor.
So here Sri Aurobindo is focusing on this evolutionary world and showing how the mother contains and directs its energies. And she does this in a multiple way. There are many personalities, many specializations that are acting, and it is she who is controlling them all. She is a single power that is actually acting all beings and all their forces, so that Sri Aurobindo ends by calling her the veiled actor in the world. So we see also this notion of the double ladder that he's talking about. The double ladder. The double ladder is a very significant symbol that is everywhere. You have the double helix of the DNA, you have the double ladder of the Mati Mandir. At one place, Sri Aurobindo is saying in the Life Divine, I'll see if I can find it. He's saying, this is a sentence from the Life Divine, the Supermind as creator. In a sense, the whole of creation may be said to be a movement between two involutions. Spirit, in which all is involved, and out of which all evolves downward to the other pole of matter. Matter, in which also all is involved, and out of which all evolves upward to the other pole of spirit.
Which chapter is this?
The Supermind as creator.
Is this happening at the same time?
At the same time. At the same time. At the same time. And we want to sentence over there which gives greater light to that. I think there was another one where he's talking about how each of these movements is a positive movement. The spirit is looking for embodiment. It is looking for becoming form, taking form. And that which is trapped in form is looking for liberation. So these two are both taking place simultaneously as positive movements. I just read a little bit more. Thus the whole process of differentiation by the real idea, creative of the universe, is a putting forward of principles, forces, forms, which contain for the comprehending consciousness all the rest of existence within them, and front the apprehending consciousness with all the rest of existence implicit behind them. Therefore, all is in each as well as each in all. Therefore, every seed of things implies in itself all the infinity of various possibilities, but is kept to one law of process and result by the will, that is to say, by the knowledge force of the conscious being who is manifesting himself and who, sure of the idea in himself, predetermines by it his own forms and movements. This is another way of talking about what he's saying here as the action of the Divine Mother. See, that it is the one conscious force that is becoming all these things. Everything is in everything, but there is a certain kind of measuring out. This is the reason why Maya, the word Maya literally means the measurer. The mother measures out differentiation so that evolution is possible in the multiplicity.
This desire for this need, this will, this urge, this prompting, is that originating in the Supermind?
Yes. That's why you use the term real idea. It's originating in the Supermind.
It's not coming from the higher absolute.
So you see, yeah, it is coming from the Supermind. The Supermind is a certain poise of the absolute. The Supermind is the systematic poise of the absolute. The absolute can be without any poise, without any system. But it is as if the mother actually gives a really interesting answer, which we were exploring earlier, about what kind of manifestation may come if the divine asks itself the question, who am I? So the mother says that there can be a manifestation in Satchidananda, but it will be a manifestation without any plot line to it. Plot. We experience a world of plot. There is a continuity here. You see, time has a certain structure. From the past we move to the present. We can trace out the evolution. But you can have another world in which you are here this second, and the next second you are in 12th century France, and the third second you are in some other planet somewhere else. There is no coherence to your life. That is a manifestation in Satchidananda without Supermind.
Supermind really organizes
Supermind organizes time and space into a certain coherent pattern. Sounds interesting. And it is all delightful because Ananda is the principle behind all this. So you are just floating, metaphorically floating from one place to another, one time to another. You are free from the bondage of the plot. But as he points out over there, the bondage of the plot is its own freedom. It's freely chosen that to experience a certain kind of bliss.
Curious to know, before Sri Aurobindo and the mother came and brought this principle down, the yogis of the past who went out of this manifestation into Satchidananda, were they in that state? Or were they just going into Samadhi? Satchidananda into Samadhi and out? Or were they involved in this plotless play of existence? consciousness and bliss?
So it's difficult to answer that question because we don't know. They could have, you see, because now you can ask the question whether there are beings there. And if those beings are there, what kind of life do they experience?
Babaji Mahashaya, they
Well,
say.
even by Babaji Maharaj, even Vivekananda is described by Ramakrishna as a being of that Satchidananda plane. He gives the experience, he describes his experience. He says, I rose to a point where there was just a thin wall separating the world of relative consciousness from the world of complete unity, oneness. He said, I scaled that wall and I found that I still existed. And there I found 7 rishis in meditation. And those rishis were made of the substance of that particular consciousness. That consciousness had made itself into those 7 rishis.
Children.
No, they were not children. He was a child. So one of those beings opens its eyes and he points downwards and it nods its head. Then he says, that was Narendra. So there we see that there are beings like that. What kind of experience they have, whether it is a complete shunya or whether they choose whatever words at whatever times they want, that is up to them.
I'm correct at a certain point in the agenda. Mother said that she realized that Buddha came back from Nirvana. She saw it. While people still worshipping like the one who reached Nirvana, they think he's in the Nirvana, he came back.
That's an amazing thing. That's true. Yeah, she does. And actually, one of the prayers is signed Shakti. Yeah, and she mentions in the agenda. So this is, they have the mastery. I mean, this is the really interesting thing. Is Buddhists think of this mastery over time as the result of nirvana. So that's the reason why in Buddhist art, after Buddha has his nirvana, he's never shown. Early Buddhism, till the 1st century. No image of Buddha is shown. You see the horse is going out of the house, somebody is holding the umbrella, but there's no rider. You see the Bodhi tree with a seat underneath, but nobody's sitting under the Bodhi tree. And the reason they're giving for that is that the person who was sitting there has vanished. So he has vanished in a backward sense as well. He's wiped out his past. Now this is another twist to the same. That is, he has gone to such a place where he can come back from his vanishment. And that's what the mother is saying in the agenda. She's saying he returned from his nirvana and he is active right now.
So these 7 rishis, they were specified, the 7 rishis, or were they like, was it Buddha or...
No, he doesn't say. Ramakrishna doesn't say who were the 7. Only Vivekananda he identifies. He doesn't identify the others. But there's the notion of the Saptarshi. Those Saptarshi also don't have uniform names. There are 7 names given. In most texts they are the same. But in some texts the names are different. So, I think we have reached 5 o'clock. So we can stop here and resume from tomorrow.
I have a question.
Yes. Any questions at this point? You can talk about, take up and discuss.
So I am very new to this idea.
Yeah.
What makes you guys so strongly believe in this? And there are many other ideas, right? Why or not why? Like, what should I believe in? Because these are like theories, right? And for us who haven't experienced it, so what should be my approach to it to make myself open to these ideas? Because right now it's just like abstract concepts, and I don't know which one should I focus on.
Yeah. So you see, what Auroville is saying is we begin with faith. And faith is not something that can be predicted. I can't give you faith. you have to go for your own faith. And it may not be the faith in this. Therefore, what is faith? He's saying faith is a pre-knowledge. You already know all these things. The thing is that how much you will realize in this life is dependent on how much of it will appear in front of you. And that is your faith. So, as you ask the question, how do you guys believe all this? I can speak for myself, others will have to speak for themselves. At a certain point, I had an experience. And along with that experience came a faith. And along with that faith came the willingness to tread the path. As I tread the path, more experience came. So this forms a certain kind of, and that opens up a greater faith. So this forms a certain kind of journey. The journey is fueled by experience and faith. So for you too, it must be the same. You have to see within yourself whether something is resonating or not. If it is resonating, you have to practice what it takes to make that which you feel deeply as a possibility within yourself an experience. That's what it comes to.
I'm afraid that me listening to these things might create a placebo effect in my mind. That when I am doing yoga, I would want to concentrate on being one with the world, rather than it coming to me as such, without me trying further.
So in that case, what you should do at this point is just keep it as a possibility and forget about it. Then see what happens. Don't use it as an image. This is what we call an image of thought. Don't make it into an image of thought. Don't make it into a dogmatic image for yourself. Take it as a possibility. As some people are talking about this, maybe it has some validity, maybe it does not, and let me forget about it. And then go along and see if something happens to you. If something opens. Your journey has to begin with an experience of something. Otherwise, it is, like you said, only an image of. So I can say another thing, that when I first came across Sri Aurobindo's writings, I was not in a position to understand it, but I did feel drawn to it, attracted to it, so I read it. But at that time the reading was essentially at the level of possibility and at the level of, I'd say, some kind of attraction for the language and as a possibility. And then for some time I stopped. And then some things started explaining themselves, as if the knowledge from inside started coming. And it said, this is true, because this can happen. Some certainty from inside started working, which was not the effect of reading. And gradually it brought some experience with it. So I think it's an important point what you're saying. I don't think, you see, Sri Aurobindo and Mother are very particular that their teaching is not linked to a religion. And part of that is exactly this, to create a picture of thought and then act as if it is true when one doesn't know anything about whether one may or may not be. But one can hold it as a possibility and forget about it. And then see what happens.
So the aspiration will start from the head.
Aspiration can start from the head. Aspiration can start because okay, what is aspiration starting from the head? It is the aspiration of the philosopher. So, for example, what I said about a goal in which radical unity and radical infinity may be one. It is a goal beyond the mind. So from a certain point of view, we may say it's impossible. But we can hold it as a philosophical goal and we can aspire for it with the mind. Is it possible or not? We don't know. But that may actually start giving us certain transforming experiences. That leads to knowledge.
And if you look at the 12 attributes, it appears that there are some steps before aspiration. First, you start with a sincere desire, or sincerity, leave desire out of it. And then it goes to humility and gratitude. Is there one more before you get to aspiration? Maybe one more, but there's some steps along the way.
Perseverance.
Huh?
Perseverance.
Perseverance. Yeah. So there's a few steps before you even get to aspiration, according to the mother.
That is one way of thinking about it. Yeah. I mean, I think the goal has to become something real to you. The goal, not that you realize the goal, but the goal has to have meaning to an individual from some kind of intuition that, yeah, I would like this goal. This goal has resonance for me. Then everything starts opening up. And that cannot be double guessed. One cannot want it, and have it without really having it. So I think the first thing is, okay, one confronts these ideas, and if one does not feel anything clearly about these ideas, then it's good to take it as a possibility, and then wait. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.